खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। इस बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया।
बाबर को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Yesterday was a day full of surprises, but now today's the day of domination. Welcome to BGIS 2026, The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's iSuper Johnny. And as you guys all know, today is one of the most important days for our nation. It's January 26th, so happy Republic Day to everyone that's currently watching the broadcast. And of course, that's going to be watching it later. But Johnny, one of the most important days, and at the same time, it's going to be the day 2 for Group A and B to duke it out once again.
Exactly. I think this is going to be one of those moments that we have been waiting for a while, because the teams that were there on the international circuit representing the nation are going to play their first Rondo of this year in BGIS The Grind.
I know, right? It's going to be a massive opportunity. The last time when we saw K9 Esports play their first ever Rondo, they were the one to come out on top. So today, is it going to be the same thing? Will it be K9 Esports once again dominating, or will it be someone else taking the cake? I've got another announcement to make this time, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be the BGIS in-game qualifier results are already out on the website. You guys can go and check it out. There's still a bit of that confusion going on around teams on who haven't been able to qualify, and maybe it can be one of these reasons. Your tier was supposed to be more than Platinum 1, or maybe while registering your tier was lower than Platinum, that's why you weren't able to qualify. Maybe one of your teammates used unfair means, and that could be one of the main reasons of you and your team not qualifying, or you were just not able to make it in the top 1016 teams of the entire region. Whatever the reason is, it will be specified and clarified within 1 or 2 days on the website itself, so you guys can head on towards the website within 1 or 2 days and check it out.
Yeah, exactly. I think everyone's just awaiting their results, waiting to see if they are going to be playing in round 1. And of course, that journey in round 1, it's going to be so intense, man. I can't even wait for the action to begin. And of course, for round 2 as well, because that is when we are going to be witnessing the teams from Group C onwards inside of the matches on broadcast. And I want to see what sort of changes happen over there. But coming back to Group A and B, as you mentioned, yesterday it was a phenomenal performance from like a few names in particular from Group B. But if we start talking about Group A, I think this is where we saw a lot of those comebacks happen instantaneously, be it within the match itself, a team losing out on 2 players and then still surviving till the very end, or be it game after game, getting taken out early in the prior game and then just recovering instantly in the next one.
But I guess one of the big surprises has to be from the side of Blitz Esports.
Oh yeah.
The first day itself securing so many points and just dominating the entirety of Group A itself. And that's a major statement coming through from Blitz, since we have been looking at boys like Sarvar, Chandan. These guys have been there since the past couple of years, and they have been constantly trying to make it to the LAN finals. Yes, sometimes they have successfully made it too, but they haven't really been able to achieve that big feat.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they haven't really been able to achieve any big feats. And for us, the biggest feat is going to be able to lift the trophy, or maybe for them, finish on the podium once they make it to the finals. But for the other sides, I mean, this is going to be the best experience for Blitz Esports, because first, you're not risking elimination, and second, you're going up against some of the best teams in the country, teams that have lifted trophies in the past. And amongst all of that commotion, Blitz Esports yesterday were phenomenal, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and of course, securing a lot of finishes in the matches that they played.
Even Madkings, we did see a little bit of moments of brilliances from them, but the moment we were about to see that, it was Delta just constantly firing them down and actually pulling off a quick 4-piece against him.
I think Madkings, I was very disappointed with them yesterday. Just 4 points in the 3 matches that they played. So just averaging about, I would say, 1.3 points per match. So Madkings, I think they can do a lot more, especially with the addition of Cyrax inside of the roster. He's an aggressive player, and Madkings, they desperately needed that aggression. But we have the overall leaderboard on our screens, and as we were talking about it, Blitz Esports yesterday, phenomenal performance along with them. Higgboson Esports, they were also there, having secured 1 chicken dinner to their name, and along with that, 35 points total tally at the end of the day. God's reign. Now, as you mentioned, Delta, he's in a new form right now, and of course, Justin as well in that game of Miramar yesterday was quite phenomenal.
Exactly. The entirety of God'srain, it seems like they're a whole different beast, and it's a firing squad. And I'm loving the fact that now finally God'srain is relying on their firing instincts a lot more, because I still remember when Destro was the one leading the pack, he was taking the team a little bit passive inside of the circles, trying to play it a little bit slow and steady. Sometimes it would also play from the edges, and clearly God'srain was bottlenecking in those strategies. But right now, they seem pretty dominant. You've also got Soul right there on the 4th spot with 27 points. TrueRippers as well, slow and steady improvement. That's what we see from TrueRippers every single time. You will never see a proper flashy move from TrueRippers.
I mean, yesterday there was a little bit of a flash on Rondo that got us all excited. Like, not Rondo, my apologies, Wrangle was what they played yesterday to kick things off. And I got excited for that after that Wrangle, because TrueRippers' first game, chicken dinner. But then again, things kind of slowed down for them later on. But we have the schedule for the day on our screens, and today they finally step on Rondo. We have Group A, Rondo, Wrangle, and then Group B plays 1 Wrangle and 2 Miramars. It is going to be interesting to see Group B I'm talking about right now, because Genesis Esports, yesterday their positional play was phenomenal. And today, since they are going to be playing those Miramars, I would like to see how their performance on Miramar is going to be like.
Wyld Fangs going to be another one of those teams from that particular group, right? Yes. So aggressive, frag heavy, and Wyld Fangs is doing pretty good in the overall standings too. But back towards Group A, since they're going to be the one to kick things off right now, you've got a few names inside of Group A. For example, Victoria Sumus, Godlike, Madkings, as you pointed out as well. Autobotz Esports is also one of those teams that's not doing too good for themselves. Speaking of Autobotz Esports, in the showdown itself, this team was dominating initially. Later on, we saw that performance dip come through, and now it feels like they haven't been able to recover.
I 100% agree with that. I mean, it is quite interesting to see that the start of their journey inside of BGIS, the grind hasn't been the best. But then again, yesterday was just day one. We are going to be critical about the teams, but not too critical. I think we were just making our observations as well, along with the rest of the competition, I am sure. But I think based off of the observations of yesterday, we have our predictions, and I think you and I both feel that K9 Esports today is going to be their day.
It's really funny to see IC maybe just go with Godlike over and over again. Even yesterday, he predicted Godlike. Today as well, he predicted Godlike. And I mentioned this to IC. Maybe you're the one cursing that team over and over again. Maybe you're the reason why that team's not able to perform. I personally went with K9 Esports. Even you went with K9 Esports for the same reason. It's because on day one, K9 Esports test the lobby, and day two, that's when they dominate.
Ravan as well went for K9 Esports, man. It's the boys from Haryana going for K9 Esports, I guess. But, I mean, that's the thing about K9 Esports, right? Day one, you're going to see some shenanigans, and yesterday we did see them inside of that game of Miramar as well, where they were just trying to approach fights quite split far away from each other. But day number 2 has always been their day. I think this is one of those teams that when they do bad on day one, automatically get motivated for day 2. I'm expecting an aggressive performance, to be honest, especially considering they have the luxury of a Rondo start. But then again, I also remember those showdown Rondo matches from K9 Esports got extremely weird later on in that tournament. So I'm just hoping that this time they just stick to the aggressive front, get those finishes, and prioritize a good start to the day.
You want to hear a crazy stat?
All right, go ahead.
The first ever Weekendy was won by Hector and the boys. And when Rondo was announced, the first ever Rondo was won by Omega. Even though these guys don't really like each other, there's still a little bit of that connection going on between them. What are your thoughts about that?
That Weekendy isn't there anymore?
Weekendy isn't there anymore, but I'm still speaking of that first ever thing that's going on between them, right? Either if it's Hector, who does pretty good on the first ever map when it's announced, or either it's Omega that does really good.
I think for Hector and that Weekendy stat, it kind of comes down to the fact that Hector's playstyle back then was all about survival, playing on the back foot. I mean, these days, if you notice, Zutsu Esports, I'm not going to talk about that Picardo drop class situation because everyone has their own opinions on it. But the team as a whole from Zutsu Esports has gotten a little bit aggressive, and Hector was responsible for getting a few key finishes for the team as well, putting in pulling his own weight inside of the game. He has adapted to the new meta, to the new playstyle, to the new pace of play. Back then, it was all about survival. Weekendy was a slow map anyways, so it kind of benefited him a lot. But talking about Rondo, I think that previous iteration for K9 Esports, it was about aggression. They benefited from Rondo. And now it's time to see, can they make it happen again in this edition of BGIS 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, Rondo, here we go.
The Blades in the sky for the first time on the map of Rondo for Group A. And as we know, Rondo is supposed to be one of the most aggressive map that this entire map full has to offer. Are we going to see some of the big names take an exit early on, or will we see some actual smart plays around NoNx Factory? We've got two playing flap hats starting this time, one starting all the way from the top right towards Longho, the other one starting all the way from Minhu towards Tin Long Garden.
Man, two diagonal flight paths and pretty big ones as well. This is going to be amazing. I mean, for all the teams, it just depends whether you are going to be on the flight path that starts from left to right or the one from right to left. But anyways, as you mentioned, two priority locations. Stadium is also a spot where teams like to fight it out early. And of course, NoNx Factory, the test track, both of them high priority locations, and we already see a massive cluster of players head towards that NoNx Factory. But Godlike on the other front, and TrueRippers as well. Interesting start, 4-man rosters dropping to the extreme corners of the map.
This is interesting. On the other side, you've got three teams duking it out against each other. Victor Sumus is also one of them. And for Victor Sumus, it's not the ideal start. Two players taken down pretty low. One of the man's actually confirmed his wall. And Scary Jawed. Now the man's pinned down. He's playing it a little bit passive. Rapid Chaos. They found themselves amidst all this chaos. And they're not going to be feeling too good. But still, Rapid Chaos is constantly making that pounce. I'm not even sure what that man was thinking. But Arjun still with this push. He was able to at least find one. Rapid Chaos Toxic. He instantly tries to back it up. Now he wants to hand out the death blow as well, and that's what he does. Finds another knock against Victor Sumus. Unfortunately for VS, they were not able to squeeze out a lot of value, but now you've also got Madkings on your tails, and Madkings not going to let go of you just like that.
A few finishes secured early by Rapid Chaos. And of course, the revives are going to come through, but on the other front, Nebula Esports on the finished feed. We did see that, taking on the players of Soul, a third party coming through from the players of Blitz Esports, as they found a high ground for themselves. By the way, there was something very interesting going on as we saw those three teams, Victor Sumus, Madkings, fight it out towards, and Rapid Chaos towards Stadium. A few of their players kind of went for the same recall towers just north of Stadium. Away, Pro, the players given the responsibility of bringing the players back. But we're talking about them a lot, and here they are, K9 Esports. They secured their first finish point of this match, finishing off Roman.
That's a solid pick right there. One elimination point already secured, K9 Esports. That's going to be putting on a bit of those smirks on their faces. But K9 Esports is one of those teams that's supposed to have the explosive performance.
Yeah.
What's going on with them, though? Why are they playing it so passive? All the way down south, prioritizing placement. It's a little bit weird.
This is what I was talking about, that later on, even in the showdown, this is what K9 Esports started to do. And I think, again, they have time till about stage 4, a few seconds into stage 4, where they can get aggressive, still take those fights, still have those recalls available. But that is something we kind of did not see even during the showdown itself. God's Reign on our screens right now. Let's talk about them for a minute, because Destro is all the way up towards the northern edge of the map, having left 3 of his players to fight it out with the players of AX. I believe they do know where the players of Team AX are, but the distance keeping these two teams apart. And now the spray comes through. Delta finds the opening.
But he's not able to hand out the death blow yet. Delta himself gets caught out in the open. Not a big fan of what the man tried to do. Crossing out in the open like that, even aimbot almost messed up. Could be knocked out in that scenario.
Yeah.
It would have been real bad for Team X. Aimbot still needs to stay alive, get that revival on towards one of the fallen players. And the same thing can be said for the players of God's Reign. Look at Soul. Goblin inside of this hut, position compromised, and still Goblin comes out on top. It's not the best possible position for Goblin, but it is still something now he needs to work with. Nebula, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, and they will be the one to come out on top.
I mean, I feel bad for Kratos right there. He saw the player, ran past him, and then as soon as he re-peeked that corner through the window, he was the one knocked out, not the other way around. But it's to find that extra finish point for themselves. The players of Nebula Esports still looking to clear out this NoNx Factory. Blitz Esports and Reckoning waiting for them up front. But Soul, they get a reset. 3 players were completely finished off. They've been brought back. 3 recoils used. But Blitz Esports sort of, I think he heard that commotion and now wants to just see if he can find an opening with the nade. But It's going to be a bit of support fire from the backlines, from the top of the building. Sarvar finds a pick.
Just a little bit of a scratch, that's it.
Ooh.
Nebula is still good. Tossing out a lot of smokes now. Nebula wants to close in. They've only managed to acquire 2 elimination points, and Nebula knows they've anyways got a recall. They want to brute force their way in. Utilities tossed out from the side of Blitz Esports, and even Blitz, they don't have a lot of elimination points to back this position up. So Blitz are desperate. But the way Blitz position themselves, the surrounding awareness, it's always brilliant. A man flanking all the way from the sidelines. Nebula Esports did not even see this coming. Not even in their worst possible nightmares. But there we go. Nebula still fighting back. Close range quarters. Nebula's unbeatable. And that's where their strong suit lies. Up close and personal, Nebula Esports is tough to beat. And Blitz Esports, if they try to close in that distance, Nebula will make sure that they're devouring them. But the utilities, they've got to be on point. Unfortunately for this man, he just eliminates his own teammate.
I don't know why he chose to throw that nade towards the left. He was... I mean, ideally, he would have positioned it towards the window, but maybe he just wanted to blow the door away. A little bit of a fumble coming from Blitz Esports. In fact, Sarvar, he's getting distracted as well. Levi yesterday from RECKONING Esports was on fire. Securing a lot of elimination points for his team, and even today, still doing the heavy lifting. The first point for RECKONING Esports in this game. But Blitz Esports, that was a massive mistake. And what is going on with God's Reign? Neo just ends up nading himself. Chandan gets finished off. The struggles for Blitz Esports continue.
I told you, beating Nebula Esports in up close and personal combats, it's really tough. Nebula Esports' strong suit is up close and personal battles, and that's what they rely on. They always wait for the opponents to push up, or either they're the one pushing up against the opponents. Mid-range, long-range, Nebula is not too good. The close-range shotguns, they're unbeatable. Absolute beasts. And Nebula is actually able to get away with 4 elimination points out of this entire scuffle, which is an absolute good thing. And they've still got Kratos standing, by the way, so he can collect a few more elimination points.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that Nebula isn't good at mid and long-range battles, because yesterday, 2 Miramars, that was an awkward performance coming through from Nebula Esports.
I wouldn't say they're the worst. They are decent, but they're not as good as their close range.
Yeah, CQC, they're amazing. Especially Nomi was phenomenal. His run in, during the EGMI showdown was very impressive. Nebula Esports now, though, again getting pushed. This time it's going to be the players from RECKONING Esports, and finally Kratos is shut down. That's going to be the cue for Nebula Esports to get that recall going.
Solid stuff, though, still.
Yeah.
Nebula is able to get away with a lot of elimination points. That's 4. Recalls utilized as well. They still have 1, the man who was recalling them, which is, of course, going to be Adi himself. Nebula Esports back on track, all the way back in the blue. They still need to loot up and then make it inside of the circle, so that process is going to take a lot of time.
I have a question for you. What would your ideal value per recall be, basically? I mean, we are taking fights early in Rondo. We are seeing that early action. What would you want in an ideal situation? You drop 3 players. How many finishes are you looking forward to? I would say for me, that would be about 5 to 6 points.
In my personal opinion, even if I do not get any elimination points, I'm still going to be happy with it.
Why?
I'm still fine. Because whatever eliminations you get, those are just like the bonus points. It's not like if you're not able to get any points, it's going to be hurting you in the longer run. No, it's not. You will just be getting those bonus points in the recall. And that's why you should utilize it. What if even if you get 1 elimination point, that's still going to be +1 on the charts?
I'm a greedy man. I would want those points.
In a competitive play like this, if you drop on towards NoNx Factory, even if you get away with 1 or 2, I still think that's more than enough.
And then you just got to close out the match with the top 3 finish.
You cannot always go for 25-pointers, 30-pointers.
Yeah.
You can never go for that every time.
Those are very rare. I mean, a 20 bomb on any map is a feat. Even on Rondo, I have to say, getting those 20 finishes.
Yep.
It's a big feat. It's a big ask. Ooh.
Especially on a map like Miramar, if you're managing to get around 25 eliminations, That's an exceptionally good performance.
I mean, that's a godly performance, man.
Yeah.
Miramar 25 eliminations is insane.
And if you are someone who manages to get around 8 or 9 elimination points, now that's a pretty decent game. That's
Exactly,
19 or 20 points on the board. And that is what you expect from a team that does get a chicken dinner every single time. But then there are one of those rare teams that only rely on 4 or 5 elimination points to get a chicken dinner, and that's pretty less points for a chicken dinner.
But look at this. This time it is K9 pressing the players of OG. Aru knocked out. It's an easy finish conversion. There's the 3rd point for them in this game. And as we were talking about it, I think it's important to maintain your averages throughout the day, throughout your journey, every single round. We have noticed that the teams that end up lifting the trophy during the finals, which is 18 matches, end up having averages of about 13 to 14 points per game. It can be quite easy. I mean, either you can go finish heavy or you can just play for placements. Just make sure you have that average number of points every single match. But talking about averages, yesterday, Godlike, a very average performance from them. But today, looking to turn things around, this time taking on the players of 8-bit. Admino has found the opening, but he's outnumbered 3-1.
Raiden skips and Sarang. Admino still in the outskirts of that wall. That is the only thing that's protecting the man as of now. At least the fight's 1-on-3. It's still doable. Utilities from Admino, though. Not exactly on the point. Admino's just trying to back away as S-Power's giving him that cover, and he will be able to safely make it out alive. For Godlike, that's going to be a day with destiny. They make it out of that spot. Now they feel pretty good. All the 4 players still up and alive. Numbers maintained. For teams like Godlike, who haven't really used the recall, I feel like that's a waste.
Yeah.
You could have actually got your hands on the bonus points. Even if you get 1 or 2, that's more than enough. But as of now, for Reckoning Esports, a bit of those problems as well starting to occur. It's Soul from the far fray, taking those shots, handing out the death blows as well, getting the confirmation for Blitz. If they lose out on any player, now that's going to be a big dent.
Oh yeah, no more recalls available for Blitz Esports. What are these two doing? Roman is going to be the first man to bleed out. Knuckle is still there, but the chances of Soul getting this rescue, well, they are there, but sort of being present in the nearby vicinity. It's a big threat. A nade in this position right now just takes out both these players. And of course, then you have to start thinking about the rotation. 900 meters, the distance that they have to cover to get to the play zone. And here comes the dash from the players of Seoul, following Blitz Esports.
I don't think Seoul's going to make the push. I just think they're trying to scare away the players of Blitz. And that's what they do. Suppressive fire to make sure that they're going to be backing away completely. Seoul backs away as well. Seoul just wants to pull off a decent rotation now inside of the circle, since they know they're trapped in a real awkward spot. And since Seoul knows they also need to cross this bridge, which is extremely risky, what is now going to be the game plan? They will cross that bridge. There's going to be 3 or 4 teams right next to him, including Godlike, Reckoning Esports, 8-bit, and even Blitz themselves. So this one's going to be tough pill to swallow for Seoul. I
don't think they make it all the way inside of the play zone. That's a big threat and a big blockade that you have to go through. As you mentioned, 4 different teams. Just going to try and gatekeep them, keep them pushed away from the play zone. Victorious Sumus on our screens, though. The opposite edge of the circle. The fight or the conflict, the rotation for Seoul was happening from the northeast. This position is going to be the southwestern edge. And Victorious Sumus, they have 2 eliminations for themselves, but Rapid Chaos was the squad blocking their way, their entry inside the play zone. 8-bit, they found access to the play zone itself, but the pressure, it's not letting them breathe. Juicy knocked out again. He was recalled a few moments ago, so this time it is just going to be a straight-up finish, and 8-bit losing a player.
8-bit sticking that revival. Not yet, actually. The man's trying to patch himself first. And then it's going to go for that stick. K9 Esports haven't even used a single one of their recalls. And I feel like K9 Esports should be one of those teams to use it, since they've got players like Slug and Ninja Boy that can really bring in big value. But still, for some reason, K9 Esports not utilizing those recalls, it really makes me feel a little bit weird.
I think they're just going for those safer fights, just stacking as a 4-man unit and just playing this like any other map. And again, if they win the chicken dinner, then it's fine. But if they don't, then you're missing out on those bonus points that everyone else is claiming for themselves. an opportunity to fight for free. Who wouldn't want that? But Godlike, while they were in their... Well, they were on their way towards the play zone, a conflict against the side of Autobotz. One player was knocked out, but it is a quick revive coming through for Godlike. The reset is there. Autobotz, though, still, it seems like, are getting quite greedy and just waiting for the players of Godlike Esports to rotate towards them, and they do. Pro dishes out a lot of damage, but the knock is not going to be there. S-Power extremely low, finally gets taken out.
I'm not even sure what Godlike was thinking with that fight. It's not going to work out at all.
Yeah.
Godlike's in shambles. It was such a blunderous call. Who made that call? It is probably one of the most rookie mistakes I've seen from a T1 team. Unacceptable.
I have the answer to your question, though, Necro.
Who?
Manya.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's the ideal of the team, so...
That was one of the most clueless looking teams I've ever seen. How do you even think in your sane mind to push out in the open like that? Go for a fight, even though you know you're surrounded by too many foes.
But I think we are going to see Autobotz Esports suffer the same fate, because now it's just a Reap, the last man alive, and it's the entirety of Team Soul in front of him. Oh my goodness, Goblin just stayed there behind the tree, tucked away, waited for his teammate to get into position, and then they just sandwiched the Reap and finished him off. Autobotz Esports also handed an early exit in this match, but this is not over yet. Because God's Reign, they were present in the nearby vicinity along with the players of Higgboson.
God's Reign will now continue their journey. The fact that they've got all the 4 players standing and actually 4 elimination points secured as well, that's pretty good. Nebula Esports, unfortunately, is dropping down men, and it's not a good thing. Phoenix down as well for Nebula. Hati as well gets knocked out. No, Johnny, Nebula Esports on the verge of being completely eliminated from this game. There's only one man standing, and that was Kratos, but even Kratos follows that same path. Nebula eliminated from this game with only 4 elimination points. Another rotation that was pretty skeptical. That was pretty weird. And Nebula gets caught off guard doing it.
Talking about things that are very weird, look at Team AX. Just 2 finishes on the board, and Devotee, he's just running out into the open. I don't know doing what, man. Takes a lot of damage, spotted out by like at least 3 different teams. And survival odds not really there for him. Shot from the flank. Knight getting another finish for the side of K9 Esports. OG though, quite close to the center of the circle. No one there to contest them unless Victorious Sumus from the backlines. You see them on the radar. They decide to make a bounce.
Oh my god, the circle shifting in the center. And to be honest, there's not a lot of proper playable cover to play with. Yeah, a few riches, but I'm pretty sure you will be shot at in the back while trying to play those. So this zone is not safe. There's a lot of possible angles you can be eliminated from.
Look at the northern edge of the circle, man. So many conflicts going on. It's Soul, Higgboson, God's Reign, 8-bit.
K9 even.
K9 at least have some cover to work with, so they're going to be safe for a minute.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure K9's going to be playing for that poke damage.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're not going to directly engage in a fight, but still try to get a few knocks from the far fray if they can. Secure a few free elimination points.
That's what they've been doing. I mean, look what they did to Devotee. They just saw a player lying out into the open. Easy frag. They just went for those.
K9's actually got 4 elimination points. That's not a bad thing. A decent start to the entire picture. Madkings still around the same block. Trying to find a stable footing. There's rapid chaos in the close proximity. Blitz Esports as well now taking shots against 8-bit. And Blitz, they don't seem too good after that one. Madkings as well getting absolutely ripped apart. It's rapid chaos for the backlines, just taking advantage of it. And Madkings, they're making the same mistake over and over again. Another man out in the open, and just like that, you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of Madkings down and out.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to survive rapid chaos right now. 10 eliminations on the board. They have the momentum of the game, but spotted out by the side of TrueRippers. Jelly with that spray. Chips away at the HP bar of Arjun. Now the nades go flying, looking for the opening. But as we were talking about Blitz Esports, I kind of disagree, man. I mean, Blitz Esports, they're doing quite well for themselves. 8 eliminations secured. I think now they might bite the dust at the hands of K9 Esports because they're just trying to breach the eastern edge of the play zone straight up. But We'll come back to that in a bit. 8-bit destroyed at the hands of K9 Esports, securing 2 more eliminations to their name, and of course pinned out towards the eastern edge again. As we move towards the west, TrueRippers and Rapid Chaos, both the teams inside of the play zone, so no incentive for either of them to actually force a fight right now. They can wait 1 more minute, wait for the next zone, and see where that takes them. Oh, Justin! No!
Utility's way too precise, and Justin made a mistake by sitting inside of that vehicle. A nade was tossed exactly on that vehicle, and it just blows up. Another man falls apart for God's Reign. Utility's on point, even Delta's taken down to barely any sort of HP, and a little glimmer's more than enough for them to eliminate Delta. But still there's Destro in the backlines who's constantly delivering finishing blows. Even 2 players down for Soul. This is not going to be an easy cup of tea for them. Nades from Destro doing a lot of damage, Soul getting shot at even in the back. Another nade tossed out, and this is going to be the nail in the coffin. God's Reign eliminating the likes of Soul, even though Soul had the man advantage.
What a clutch play coming from Destro, man. That was incredible. Saving grace for God's Reign right now. I believe 3 eliminations secured there in that fight, but switching focus, K9 Esports taking on the players of Blitz, one after the other. Blitz falling left, right, and center, and K9 Esports 10 eliminations secured. This is the climb we were hoping for as they find a break inside of the top 7 of this game as well. But they need to step out from behind their cover now. The circle, again a central shift, completely open terrain.
Rapid Chaos just eliminated Victor Sumus too. Oh my god, 14 elimination points secured. Rapid Chaos! This team is indeed causing a lot of chaos. And it's quite rapid too. Now going for that revival. One of the man isolated. Arjun's getting pounced up, but he still finds return knock. Teammates supporting him from the back, but TrueRippers, they're too strong. They've got too many men up and alive and extremely healthy. This is going to be a tough one. TrueRippers eliminating the likes of Rapid Chaos, but now there's a third party coming in from OG.
Well thought out execution coming in from TrueRippers, but as you mentioned, that third party was something they weren't really prepared for. Luckily for them, Wizgod is out of ammunition. He spotted out one player in the distance. Atanki is there for a little bit of suppressing fire. But the problem is, I think, they got to realize 2 minutes left. They have to move for the next play zone. There's a ridge up front of both those teams, but that movement is going to be very tricky. On the other front, K9 trying to take on the players of God's Reign. They've lost one of their men.
Oh my god, Higgboson once again playing for consistency. In all the 3 games yesterday, Higgboson was there in the top 3, and now Swall maintaining that same average. Not a lot of elimination points, but as long as you're getting the average points, that's all that matters. And that's what Higgboson is completely focusing on. Somehow they always make it in the final few. They've cracked the code. They know what exactly needs to be done. TrueRippers now approaching the players of Higgboson, and they will be pushed in the back end a little bit more. Snowjawed spotting out the players of TrueRippers. He knows that there was someone up close, but already the opponents have backed away.
TrueRippers now under fire by Higgboson. The only thing this team is lacking is finish points, just 2 eliminations. Although they find themselves inside the top 5. If they win this chicken dinner, then this is okay. Otherwise, they might just be the team with the least amount of points inside of this match of Rondo. Who do you think right now has the odds stacked in their favor for this win, Necro?
Look, technically it's TrueRippers, since they do have visual control of a lot of territory. But I would like K9 Esports to win this game, since it can be a major and an explosive game for them.
Yeah.
But they've only got 3 men standing, so that just limits their potential even more.
See, I would also want K9 Esports to do well in this game. We just saw Slug getting knocked out. But I feel because of this high ground advantage, God's Reign might have the upper hand.
Yeah, but the zone's going to be moving away from them soon, and they will be forced out of their comfort zones. And the moment that happens, you know, traveling downhill, that's probably one of the most riskiest things in the world.
Do they have any vehicles next to them is the question.
Yes, they do, I think. Or maybe they don't. Actually, they're done.
Yeah, they might just be done. It's a difficult rotation to make without vehicles. All right, they had 1 car, but even that gets taken away. Destro knocked out, and recovering from here for God's Reign. It's going to be close to impossible, but TrueRippers fight after fight. As you mentioned, that visual control that they are using it. to try and see if they can secure more finishes before this game comes to an end. Taking shots on both Higgboson and the players of OG. Hydra is low on ammunition. Someone needs to give him some rounds for the M4.
Oh, that is so brilliant from TrueRippers. TrueRippers thinks that someone's going to make a mad dash against him, and that's probably going to be OG. That's why the man tossed out C4 right next to him. At the moment OG makes that pounce, the C4 will explode, and OG will lose that fight. But the timing was miscalculated a little bit. And OG, to be honest, that is the only possible way I see OG can stand a chance to win as well. If they do make that pounce against TrueRippers, they will win. But TrueRippers is just constantly shredding them apart. One after one, the players are dropping down, and OG's too exposed. AKOP is going to be the only person that's safe, and the only good cover. So AKOP, I'm pretty sure he's going to let go of his teammates, and he's going to try to do it alone.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. There's no saving the other two lads from the side of OG. Of course, they're sandwiched as well. That's another problem for them. Because at any given point, even K9 Esports can turn their heads and start taking shots on the players of OG. AKOP, though, picks off one man from the side of TrueRippers. He has a sliver of HP left. Still surviving, and if Higgboson move in right now, distract the players of TrueRippers, maybe AKOP stays alive. But the finish is being confirmed by the players of TrueRippers. They move up to 8 eliminations. Jelly with this nade can close out the day for OG. It goes off quite close to AKOP, but my goodness, still there, still standing, or actually prone.
You want me to be honest? Yeah. TrueRippers is wasting too many resources on just one guy.
Yeah.
They don't need to. It's just one man. You can deal with him later on. Right now, you've got better things to try and take care of. You've already lost out on one of your own players because of that one player. So just don't focus on him. You can do a better job by focusing on Higgboson and maybe try and pick off at least one of the players.
Also, by the way, this shift of the play zone gives advantage to Higgboson out of nowhere, because in the next few moments, K9 Esports are going to be flushed out. And same goes for God's Reign and TrueRippers. Higgboson, they can just stay where they are, wait it out, and as soon as K9 and God's Reign step out into the open, just go for those frags.
Yep.
I want to see how much utility Higgboson have, how much ammunition they have as well. What is their resource management like?
Oh, look at the spray. Destro, now the man's desperate. He wants to find at least one. But even that one's not going to come in that easily. K9 Esports in the surrounding fray. Opportunities, they're there constantly, but no one's able to thread the needle. K9 Esports as well, playing it extremely safe because they know this can't be a major game. And what a knock that was from Slug. A pixel, that's going to be more than enough for the man to thread the needle. And the knock as well came through at the worst possible time for God's Reign. Two men already down, getting the recovery is now impossible. K9 Esports, they've already shredded through the players of God's Reign. 11
eliminations for K9 Esports, but as I thought, they might be done. No, says Slug. Finds the frag. And an extra point for his team. Now we're down to 4. 3 from K9, 3 from Higgboson, 2 for TrueRippers, and 1 player from the side of OG. I don't know how, man, but AKOP is still there in this game. And K9 Esports. Oh, no. Omega knocked out. It's going to be difficult for Slug to actually bring him back. He makes that run. Hasn't been spoiled out, gets behind that deployable cover. So it should be a revive coming through, and it's stage 9, blue zone collapse, so they don't have a lot of time. Higgboson, they have the upper hand in this end game.
Higgboson still pretty far away. TrueRippers finally eliminating that one loose straggler from OG. And now it's just final 3 teams standing. K9 Esports in a world of trouble. Backs against the wall, K9 Esports is trying their best to at least find one more knock against Higgboson. That can be a day saver, but how can K9 do it? Do they have enough smokes? Tossing out the C4s, I'm not even sure what the game plan is. Oh, he wants to create the dips. That C4 is going to give him a little bit of that dip to play with, but still through the smoke. It's TrueRippers finding the connection. Slug is down. K9 Esports now hurt. They cannot be alive for too long. Another man's out in the open. TrueRippers overcommitting towards that fight. Higgboson from the back now, finding the knocks as well. And look at Omega. A thief in the night, stealing the eliminations. Blue on the move, Higgboson as well. They're on the run. They want to shut down Omega. The man's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. For Higgboson, it's not going to be a tough fight. One nade in that barrel, and that's going to be the death mark. And that's what happens.
I mean, but it doesn't matter. They just have 3 eliminations, so that's a grand total of 13 points for Higgboson. On the other end, K9 Esports, 22 points secured.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, Necro, without using recalls.
K9 Esports, they were someone that did not even go for the bonus recalls or the bonus points that we speak of. And they still somehow came out on top just like that. That is impressive. And to be honest, having so many elimination points secured as well, it was not just K9 Esports. Even TrueRippers did it. Even Rapid Chaos had a lot of elimination points.
I have a question now. Does this mean that it's not necessary to take early fights on Rondo?
No, I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, K9 Esports, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to pull off the same performance in every Rondo.
Hey man, let's see. I'm just hoping that maybe this is something new we are seeing on Rondo, or maybe this team has just figured out how to play this game.
No.
But I think, do you think this is just the K9 Esports Day 2 effect that we are seeing?
Exactly. Day 1, they test the lobby, or the lobby tests them, and then on Day 2, K9 Esports is the one to take down everyone. And that's how it's been going on every single time.
I think you said it right the first time. Day 1, the lobby will test them, and Day 2, they test the lobby.
Hey, but we've got the stats for Higgboson on the screen. Yes, not a lot of elimination points, which is, of course, going to be a major blow. They only got 2 finishes, Johnny. That's just going to be 12 points in total.
Yeah.
For Higgboson, I guess the focus was to pretty much maintain that average in the overall standings.
I thought they got that last finish with the nade on Omega, but apparently they didn't.
The play zone.
So 12 points for Higgboson, but one thing is for sure nice that they still have that average going, because they were sitting in the top 2 on the overall leaderboard before we started the day. 12 points, if you are already at the top, it's quite good.
So it was a pretty solid game for Rapid Chaos. It was a good game for TrueRippers as well. Higgboson,
God's
K9
Reign.
Esports, God's Reign. So all these 5 teams, they had a solid game. Now, speaking of some of the teams that could have had a good game was also OG.
Yes.
The positioning they had was pretty decent, but we saw in the mid-game, OG messed up big time.
I think their delay when they started picking a fight against the players of TrueRippers kind of cost them this match, because we spoke about it earlier during that phase as well. Because when they started to move out, from the eastern side, they got sandwiched between TrueRippers and K9 Esports, and of course, God's Reign with the high ground were taking shots as well.
And then later on, we also did see Godlike mess up big time in that mid phase.
I don't know what that was.
To be honest, that push was one of the most clueless pushes I've ever seen in my life. It felt like the call wasn't really thought through, and that's why they were eliminated. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. Johnny's taking a bit of that backseat right now. And Icy, I'm sure you were looking at that game and watching a few of these mess up from the side of OG. I expected a lot more, but then massive game coming through from the side of K9 Esports, and Higgboson once again maintaining that consistency.
I think the 3 teams that kind of stood out for me in that game in particular here is, of course, number 1, Higgboson has been very consistent, even coming in from yesterday's games.
Yeah.
And K9 Esports finally showing them why they are the masters of Rondo. Because if you guys do do not know, here's a little bit fun fact of K9 Esports as well. K9 Esports was the first team to ever won a winner-winner chicken dinner since Rondo debuted in BMSD. So that was a little bit fun fact. And the third team I'm talking about here is going to be Xtreme, because I do not know what happened. The confidence that they have is just phenomenal. But speaking of confidence as well, if you guys want to look very cool, very slick in-game right now, be sure to check out the Peaky Blinders set right now, because they have two sets. They have the Thomas Shelby persona and also the Arthur Shelby persona. With those suits, you look very confident in-game and you'll be spraying through the entire game, getting those knocks you need. And now, yeah, basically, these three teams, though, were the three teams that really stood out for me in that game.
Without a doubt, right? There were still a few more teams, for example, like Rapid Chaos, who was able to secure a lot of elimination points. And even in the early game, right, Nebula Esports, yeah, they were able to funnel in some elimination points, but the way they made that rotation, that was quite questionable too. The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Urgent from the side of Rapid Chaos Esports, getting 6 finishes racked up. You've also got Knight coming through from K9 Esports, the newest addition to the banner, and even he's the one to pop off. You've also got Dhruv coming through from Rapid Chaos Esports, once again with 5 finishes, and Chandan from Blitz.
Yeah, these are the players that had the most amount of finishes in that game, but I personally want to take a look at those K9's overall finish points so far, because I'm pretty sure that I was expecting more players to be up in this top 4, considering that Knight is up there only, which is kind of a surprising factor for me. But now, let's talk about the standings here so far. K9 Esports with 22 points, 17 points here for RCE. We've got TrueRippers with 14 points and Godlike with 13 points. And this is my first time seeing a chicken dinner on the 5th position. What was going on in that game?
Higgboson did not really fight too much in that game. Just 2 finish points, and that too in the final 3 moments. And they've managed to acquire 12 points in total. For Blitz, even though they got eliminated so early, they still managed to secure 8 points in total. And that's all thanks to because of that first drop clash towards NoNx Factory. Overall standings pop up on the screen. Blitz is still going to be in the top 2. It's not even a question with 45 points. Higgboson, now they take over that first spot.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit more of a competition here coming from Group A in particular, especially here for Day 2 itself. Blitz also taking a little bit tumble here, but K9 with that recovery gives them a shot to fight for the #1 spot. And it seems like based on this just 4 matches here, the competition for top 8 is just insane. It's kind of surprising to see kind of OG in the 7th position, Soul in the 34th, on the 6th position, TrueRippers on the 5th position, considering that they are the favorites to be doing well, especially in this group in particular. Even Arin as well, they had a great opening yesterday. They took a little bit of tumble. Nebula has not bounced back as well. Reckoning Esports also didn't really bounce back. Godlike was also a big surprising factor for them to be in this second half, considering the fact that last year they had a lot of near misses.
I feel like Nebula might just have a gooder angle, which is going to be upcoming, of course, in a few moments. You've also got Reckoning Esports with only 13 points for Godlike, as you mentioned, still down the drain. It's not a good performance at all, just getting 12 points out of the 4 games they've played so far. Autobotz Esports just 9, Madkings as well struggling, and 8-Bit as usual. For some reason, the performance is missing too.
It's a little bit weird as well, considering that this roster from 8-Bit is last year's Cincinnati kids as well, and during the round stages, we do see big performances coming from CK and K9 in particular when it comes to round stages. But when it came down towards the semifinals, the quarterfinals, or even the grand finals as well, they seem to not be able to keep up with the lobby itself, which is kind of weird, because these are players that give you those explosive, high-performing games, but when it comes to a really stacked lobby, there seem to be nowhere to be found for some reason.
Yeah, especially when these guys have been inside of the pro circuit for such a long time. They have been playing against each other for such a long time, and still if you're not able to perform on the big stage, then a lot of question marks will start erupt. Speaking of Autobotz Esports, since that showdown performance from the side of Autobotz Esports, we did see a bit of that dip in the later showdown phases, and after that, Autobotz Esports just hasn't been able to recover.
It's interesting as well, because I've been a fan of Lobster for quite some time as well. He was one of the very few that actually brought in the Mini 14 strats here, because he was the only one that stuck to it and made it work. And then after that, things kind of took a little bit of tumble as well. Yes, they could not qualify for IC. Yes, they weren't placed in the top 8, but their journey has been phenomenal for the fact that they finally made it to grand finals with this roster, which is kind of nice. But now, can they replicate the same is going to be the question. We haven't seen too much strategies coming from them here. They were just getting messed up really bad in most of these games. And I think partially it's also because Rondo switching things up in terms of overall play styles. Like, you can see teams are starting to play a little bit more aggressive. In particular, I want to talk about is going to be Godstreet, because this is a team that last year, the entire year was a weird run. Like, they narrowly qualified to next phase. You know, it wasn't an explosive performance. It was just all position. Kind of like a Higgboson move just down there, but we haven't seen that dominating gameplay coming from them. But today, this past 4 games coming from them has been really solid for me.
To be honest, even the same thing can be expected from the side of Victorious Sumus. I want to see them amp up the aggression. I want to see them amp up the firepower. Will they do so in the map of Wrangle? Well, you know what? Let's find out right now. The planes in the skies once again for the second time in this entire day. And this time the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Stalber and ending towards Primorsk or Gatka. This plane flat path heavily tilted up north. If the teams do want to move down south towards the Snoka military base or even Norupnoi, that's going to be an impossible stretch. So they would need to go for a pit stop, and there's a big chance we might see those pit stop clashes.
Yeah, we might see that a lot more here, especially around the school area or maybe even the shelter area, just because there is a couple of shops there that you are going to be looking for those vehicles. So far, we haven't seen major clashes coming from Group A in particular, but for Group B, it was just an absolute chaos, especially coming from Knight themselves. But now it seems to be Reckoning Esports. They are going to be heading towards the northeastern side. This is interesting as well, considering that Reckoning Esports was a team that was very dominating in last year's BGIS as well, considering that they were very, very close to qualifying and representing the country in BMPS in particular. It was back under the banner of NoNx. It was a very sad moment as well, to be honest.
Rapid Chaos Esports, the previous game, I'm pretty sure that's definitely gotten their blood boiling. And now they want to be even more aggressive. Moving all the way towards Quarry. There's going to be another team right next to Rapid Chaos. Probably want to drop down around Primorsk or Fairpier. Since the plane flat path was away from military base, a team that could have really struggled is also going to be God's Reign. They like to go down south towards the Snoka military base. And the plane flat path's away from them.
Well, seems like OG's home ground is kind of overrun here. Members coming from Soul. Joker pretty much taking a bow, trying to escape the wrath of OG. Gets shot up by AKOP, but he's still going to try and survive this as he tries to lick his way in towards the compounds. Denki spots him out, but does not have a gun to actually take him out. Joker makes it to the compound, but AKOP tries to deny him. He's going to be holding the shotties here. Joker picks up a weapon, tries to make a run for it, and he gets scouted out. No more room to run away. Gets taken out. That's going to be Joker, one of the first players getting taken out in this game.
What exactly happened there for Soul?
Why is Soul here, huh?
Such a massive disconnect. I guess the player for them to glide was too far. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Joker getting caught off guard in such a bad way, that's weird.
I think they tried to go to school and they tried to loot up a couple of vehicles and Joker misread it. And coincidentally, OG was also looking for those vehicles. And unfortunately for Joker, he could not find one. The only thing he found was the boat, which again, I felt like he could have drove it all the way towards maybe even Georgiapool and try and escape. But even then, I think he just didn't want to take a risk considering that AKOP had a long-range gun pointed at him and he was pretty down low.
That's what I was thinking too.
It's just unlucky, I'd say. Very, very unlucky for Joker.
Blitz. There's Madkings on the opposite fray. Sarvar, the man's got his hands on a good weapon. Waiting for someone to be exposed out in the open. Madkings. There we go. Finally a player exposed. Shots taken. Not exactly on the mark. He was precise, but really tough to connect those shots in that range.
Yeah, the recoil control when prone is just ridiculous, right? Like, I'm surprised people just don't do it enough. But unfortunately, still no connection, so I wouldn't say it's that great that. But God's Reign, they finally make it towards their hometown. Military base is their home ground. No contention. That's a great start for them, but it's a little bit outside the zone. 8-bit as well. Pretty much very far off, apparently, down towards the west side. They may consider gatekeeping the bridge, but it seems like they don't really want to. They are going to be making their move to try and loot up the outskirts before making their way into a center control of the zone. And interesting enough, Higgboson, they do have one of the best spots ever currently, just because they're smack middle of the zone and looting up.
This is one of the main problems for God's Reign's approach. Because by now, all the teams are done looting, and they're probably going to be focusing on movement.
Yeah.
They probably want to make it inside of the circle. But God's Reign is now going to be focusing on looting up first. And this has always been one of the major downsides for God's Reign, Susnoka military base drop. They've never came up with a temporary drop location anywhere else.
Yeah, they never had like a secondary drop, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of same now coming from Reckoning Esports, considering that these two teams were the furthest away from the flight path in terms of their overall drop spots. So Milta and military base arguably is the furthest away from the current zone. So they are going to be the latest ones to enter the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Higgboson right in the middle of it all. This is going to be their home ground, and seems like they have chose their place for this inner circle, I would say.
Exactly. But hey, something that's going to help you in your games is also going to be this beautiful Royal Enfield. My personal favorite is going to be the Continental GT650. It looks absolutely beautiful, but nothing taken away from that Bullet 350 as well. Even that looks extremely classic. So head on inside of the game and check it out. But back towards the conversation of Higgboson. Previous game off to a flying start. Not exactly a lot of points, but they just want to maintain that consistency. Now in the first spot as well. And to be honest, I see this is one of those teams that was not doing too good in the third-party tournaments. But now the moment you see that official shift, somehow Higgboson is dominating.
It's kind of the same for them as well for last year's official run, right? Like BGIS, you know, they were under the banner of Mysterious 4. No one expects them to do well, but for some reason, they always sneak in at the last moment when it matters the most for qualification, right? They play somewhere in top 6, top 7, top 8. And then eventually qualifying to the grand finals and still somehow just makes it there for some reason. And even for BMSD, I think BMSD was their best performing run so far last year.
TrueRippers on the move. And they're probably going to make it inside of the circle too, so it's not a problem. Victor Sumus, one of those teams that likes to take it a little bit slow next to TrueRippers. Soul, they took an early casualty. Big Man Joker's not in the game anymore. So that impactful performance might be missing. Soul now needs to take a bit of that backseat and maybe enjoy the passive approach.
This actually destroys their overall strat here, especially coming from Nako, right? They love going for this 1-3 strategy where they actually have Nako scout out ahead before they actually position this. But with Joker down, they can't really take that kind of risk anymore. They have to group up. They have to play the numbers game to fight a 3v4 battles a majority of the time. So there's no reason for them to go aggressive unless there are major third parties, which is, I would say, ripe for the taking. But again, now, let's talk about Hero Stream Godlike here. Their 4 games hasn't been looking good. Seems like rotations has been a big problem here coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. And right now, they're going to be expecting company as Aryan going to be driving by. And Mino takes a couple shots in, no connections, immediately backs out. And Mino doesn't really want to fight this.
Yeah, gives it away. Team X is taking those fadeaway shots. Henry was not able to find proper connections. And Mino was just going to run away. Team Godlike a bit on the back end, which is not a bad thing necessarily, especially when you know nothing's working out that well. Rotations have been a question. The overall intent coming through from Godlike has been a major question as well. Problematic starts after problematic ends. And Godlike needs to find a proper connection and a proper cure to that. Bunny from Higgboson was able to thread one of the needles. He does find a successful knockout against the boys of Team AX. Confirmation though, still it's going to be tough to find. Aryan is the man knocked out. Higgboson, they definitely do want to hand out that death blow because that can be one free elimination point.
Oh boy, Team AX. Again, Aryan getting picked off right from the get-go. It all starts with this for AX, right? Every single time Aryan gets picked off, the team kind of fumbles and tumble really hard into the game. But let's see if that's going to be the case here because the circle does shift in towards Gatka. Blitz has got a widespread control across the map alongside Higgboson and also Hero Stream Godlike, who's going to be the center of focus from everyone right now as they need to fend off everybody outside there. Autobotz still outside of the zone on the north side. Reckoning going to be coming in from the southwest corner. Godstrain is about to enter zone here, so they're unaware of what's happening inside the zone now. And same can be said for Reckoning and Nebula, who's still outside the zone.
Oh, look at Blitz taking those shots. They really do want to steal that elimination point away. K9 Esports as well applying pressure on AX on the opposite end. Where can AX go? Utilities on point. Ninja Boy's going to be able to thread that needle. Another man, Henry up close and personal, and K9 Esports, they've already taken over this compound. Henry surrounded, but luckily enough for Henry, there's a bit of that cover fire from the sidelines. Knight is taken down extremely low. Ninja Boy's taking a lot of damage upon himself, and Ninja Boy's down low as well. The Molotov, the flame starting to spread. Henry looks across the corner, finds one of the players, shuts him down, but that's not enough. AX has been eliminated from this game pretty early.
Oh, what a blunder here coming from AX. They actually took the commitment to try and pick Aryan up, and because of this, they were picked up mid-mission. Abort mission, boys. Because the mission was a lost cause coming from them. K9 was able to take them out. Meanwhile, TrueRippers just about to enter inside the zone now. Scouts out Higgboson, who's on a scouting mission to secure those compounds, and Snowjaw is able to scare him off from afar. TrueRippers making the right call to disengage, but they are looking for a place to bunker down right now.
Higgboson spotting those rotations, also looking at the players of K9 Esports side by side. 0 finishes acquired so far. That man from Team AX could have been theirs. But Blitz Esports as well applied that pressure, stole the elimination point away. Blitz now with 2, feeling pretty good. Reckoning Esports with a bit of that late game rotation, but at least it's going to give them stability. Nebula spotting out the players of Reckoning. Taking shots though still, that's not going to find anything. Nebula themselves need to find a good footing.
Oh my goodness, this southeast corner is going to be a complete disaster here. Because no one knows where Reckoning and Nebula is going to be coming from. And the moment they go in for a slam, we are going to be expecting absolute chaos coming from the southeast corner at least. Especially inside the zone. OG, TrueRippers, God's Reign, even Higgboson, they would be able to capitalize on this chaos. Because they are the missing piece before the war actually begins in towards this zone.
God's Reign. A bit of a slow start this time. They don't even need to go for that extra aggressive stance. And luckily enough for God's Reign, the position they've got, it's not too bad, even though they started looting pretty late. So it's okay. It all comes down to the next zone. If it's going to be curveballing shift away from God's Reign, then yeah, they're messed up. But if it's going to be around them, then it's all good in the hood. But it actually shifts away from them. And now for God's Reign, the real problems, they're going to start to stack up.
Oh boy, the zone seems to be shifting west side of Everest in particular. Madkings trying to get control of the Everest region here. Is going to be engaging against TrueRippers. And those high grounds is going to be a problem for a lot of these teams trying to rotate in to find cover. But as soon as the zone shifts out of Everest, it's going to be great. But for now, Madkings, they will be the ones to dominate at least this point. Unless, well, in this case, Hydro picks them up. Maybe TrueRippers might be able to push up instead.
Madkings, once again, the same mistake. Too exposed to the fight, overcommitting towards that angle. And Madkings, one of the men gets picked off. Sorrow from Blitz, Chandan as well, working in tandem utilities. Oh, that was really close. But luckily enough, still Victor Sumus pretty quick on their feet to try to avoid it. But this nade, it's going to be impossible to avoid. As Venom gets knocked out. Chandan and Sorrow, the only 2 men standing at Blitz. Now you feel that pressure. And what just happened to Victor Sumus? They somehow have been eliminated entirely. Even Autobotz Esports from the back. They were applying that suppressive fire. Blitz Esports, they somehow managed to take down 2 players.
Yeah, but at the same time, K9, they heard all these commotions. They've got center control inside the zone, and all they're doing is just taking jabs on every single one outside. Here, Xtreme Godlike now makes their way into the next compound of pit stop, and they are going to be slammed in. Higgboson is going to be coming in to say hello here. S-Power pretty much down for the count for now. Higgboson, they lose Omega. It is going to be a 3v3 now between them and Hero Xtreme Godlike. But they do pick X-Power up.
It is a little bit weird to see Omega not even give up on that compound. The man was constantly adamant. He wanted to shut him down no matter what. As Power's knocked out. Omega as well lost out from the side of Higgboson. And look at Godlike committed. They want to save S-Power no matter what. Even Soul Knuckle is getting picked off. So many big names getting taken out early. S-Power's on the verge of being taken down, completely eliminated from the game. And Vito wants to come through with that rescue operation.
Oh.
S-Power barely surviving on a pixel. And actually the rest is going to be stuck as well.
Oh my
Maybe
goodness.
S-Power's going to be alive.
Maybe, just maybe. But meanwhile, another fight is about brewing here. Reckoning Esports goes in a confrontation with 8-Bit. 8-Bit losing now pretty low. GodX is going to drive up the hovercraft to try and take position. Drops out rather early. Looks for the shot here. Cyrex gets picked off. Oh, sorry. Skips gets picked off. And Reckoning Esports, they need to equalize, but OG is looking to try and capitalize on this as well. This southern approach is just an absolute fiasco. This is what I'm talking about earlier as well. Reckoning Esports coming in is going to be the missing piece before the fight starts. And look what happened. 8-bit crumbling in pieces. Levi falls, GodX, pretty much the last man standing for Reckoning Esports, and OG is gonna gobble up all this people.
Blunders after blunders, utilities tossed out. Reckoning, they eliminate the last man of 8-bit. It is Reckoning to come out on top with 4 finishes racked up. That's not going to be enough points. You need at least 8 points in total to half the average. As of now, even Soul is tossing out the utilities against Reckoning Esports, but it's not doing anything. For Soul, they lost out a Joker at the start of the game, and after that, Soul has done a great job in maintaining the man number.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job trying to dodge and bob and weave those fights here. But Nicole, he's pretty much pinned from Nebula. Again, the missing piece, Nebula, is also going to be in play, and they themselves are pretty much stuck out and open, unaware of what's happening, except for so many gunshots down towards the south, where Reckoning and Soul and 8-bit collided. And OG also trying to take a couple points in. But even then, Nebula Esports, they found themselves a very, very good spot inside the zone to gatekeep here. So, nice little read coming from Nebula Esports. Took advantage of all those noise to rotate in. Spots out K9 from the fray. No point taking a fight with them though. They are inside the zone.
They need to be a little bit watchful off their backs. There's going to be Soul soon pushing out of that comfort zone. And Nebula, they need to be careful. There's also a massive split between the boys of Nebula. There's Kratos a little bit far away from the spectrum. He's all by himself playing that angle. OG also make that rotation. And hopefully there's not going to be 2 teams collapsing on Nebula at the same time, because that would be an insane chaos.
Yeah.
And Nebula will not be able to deal with that.
This widespread is so risky, but as long as Kratos is alive on the other end here coming from Nebula Esports, they've got an insane pincer attack to take out everyone from the south side, especially off angles here. Soul going to be shifting their focus onto his OG, who's trying to make their way inside the zone as well. As the zone slowly closes in, everybody is trying to push out. And Nebula Esports is the biggest gatekeepers right now. For some reason, they were trying to find a point of entry point. Now, they are the gatekeepers. OG makes the first move. They make the pounce inside the zone. Nobody's taking shot. But Xtreme, Godlike, they themselves find themselves completely ignoring the rotations of OG. And OG actually outflanks Nebula. How did this happen?
Yeah, OG, they're on their tails, but still Nebula, they're not going to let go of this one just like that. Look at Phoenix, peeks out of the spectrum, still finds that knock. On the horizon, Phoenix was, but he was still able to deliver with a lot of value. Aru is able to reply back. Adi's the only person up close, but even Adi gets shut down. Nebula needs a little bit more of that assistance. Kratos trying to close in, but even Soul manages to push up. Third party after third party. And keep this thing in mind, there's also Godlike around the spectrum. Even Godlike can push up anytime. Nebula, they're dropping down on too many men. It's just Kratos standing, but within the blink of an eye, even Kratos follows up. Another third party comes into the picture. That's going to be Godlike making the pounce now.
Oh my goodness, Aru. He's going to try and take down Jonathan. He clutches it down. He takes him out. He's still alive. The IGL of OG surviving it all. Manya pretty much pinned out and open. And Aru, he single-handedly dismantles the both players of Xtreme Godlike. And now he's going to try and make a run for it. His soul is about to gobble him up. He manages to escape this. The great escape artist, Aru. What a magical performance coming from him.
Mistakes after mistakes.
No.
Godlike messing up even those individual duels. But now Soul, they want to shut down the Grim Reaper himself. Aru, the man shrouding himself inside of the smoke. He just wants to stay alive for a few more seconds. But even that's going to be denied. As OG, they've been eliminated. That final man, the nails in the coffin. Soul now with only 2 elimination points. They hoped for the best, but Soul was only able to get away with 2.
A little bit unfortunate there for Soul. But at the same time, they were able to find an entry point. Nebula Esports, ORANGUTAN, Xtreme Godlike, Nebula Esports, everybody got taken out because OG was the one that made the first move and Soul was able to capitalize on that. Nicely done coming from Soul. Unfortunately, did they get enough points? Not too much. That's the only sad part. But for all things considered, we've got to thank God. Because why? They managed to push into the zone.
Yep, OG was able to get 6 points in total.
Yeah, but I might have said it too soon here because K9 is coming to knock onto Soul now.
And K9 is not one of your normal teams. They will straight up barrel stuff you down. And that's what happens. The main man, Goblin's already taken care of. The final 2 men of Soul, do they want to back away or continue fighting? And look at K9 Esports, not even scared of the opponents, not even scared of their presence. Utilities tossed away from K9 Esports in the hopes of finding something, but legit up close and personal. He's really trying to keep him in check. Omega was down low, but it's fine, as his teammates have got his back. Legit gets exploded by a well-placed nade, and K9 Esports now, they instantly shift their focus, and they also shift the tide in their favor.
My goodness. Feels bad here for Seoul, but they trade the best. Knuckle has to abandon ship and play solo from this point onwards, but K9, perfect timing here to go in for the slam. Knight with the nade openers, just phenomenal. This addition coming from Knight has somehow made K9 even stronger now.
It indeed has. Higgboson, look at those two players still inside of that shack. Oh my god, they haven't even moved to muscle. But now for Blitz Esports and Madkings, this is going to be one of those weird fights. Chundan, the man trapped in a corner, right behind the vehicle. This Molotov, it's going to be deadly. But Chundan, he still gets pushed up, and that's going to be more than enough. Chundan, he still breaks through the shackles as he's able to shut down another man of Madkings. And just like that, they've broken free off that trap. Blitz, they somehow are still alive.
What a defense coming from Chundan and Soref. Double peak angles, force Madkings out and open. What a clutch. But at the same time, like you said, Higgboson has not moved a muscle. But seems like they have no reason to do so as well. They're inside the zone. They can work together to take out the rest of the competition outside. There's no reason to confront each other right now, considering that there's 23 people alive in this game. 8 teams remaining. Position points is at play here for both those teams. But as of yet, Godstrain from the west side going to be hitting a confrontation here with RCE now.
Oh, Rapid Chaos. The man's trapped, but there's still 3 players alive, so Toxic, he can definitely get that cover. And Rapid Chaos actually doing a pretty decent job in finding return knocks. And look at Godstrain. They wanted to make that push, but already both the players knocked out. Godstrain, they messed up big. The man actually ejected out from the top, and he actually does get those 2 knocks as well. And now he's going to back away instantly. Flash, he was quick as a flash. And now it's taken down to a 1v1, and he shuts down all 3. Flash, that quick 3-piece, surprising the players of Godstrain and handing him out a reality check.
Oh no, Justin actually messed up. He pre-fired the initial shot, and the initial shot's crosshair wasn't placed on top. It actually shot the stairs, and by the time the recoil comes in back for the second shot, he was already one-tapped by Flash. But look at this clutch here coming from Flash, just single-handedly dismantling everyone from Godstrain. What a hold coming from RCE, but feels bad for Godstrain, man. Feels bad.
Honestly, this Rapid Chaos Esports, they seem like a complete different beast. I'm loving them. Rondo, pretty aggressive, a lot of elimination points right now as well. Firefights, they seem pretty strong. Yeah, this team, if they keep on playing the same way, they can easily make it to the later stages. Rapid Chaos Esports, 4 elimination points so far. It's not a lot of eliminations, but the way they've been taking the fight, it's been phenomenal. Higgboson, boys inside of the shack! And the man from TrueRippers did not even see this coming. Just 1 man left alive, Bunny, and even he gets taken care of. But TrueRippers, that shack, that was a death trap.
Yeah, and now guess what? Blitz Esports, they're coming in to say hello as well. They know they were there for the longest time, and they will take them out as well. Blitz, you third-party chickens. Just absolutely chickens. But guess what? This is a chicken day for them.
I think Blitz are the actual Lions. They have been playing with just a 2-man squad since such a long time. It was pretty much around the start of the game where they lost out in 2 players. Blitz have eliminated 3 teams after that.
Oh boy, speaking of which right now, Autobotz, they are pretty much caught out in the open, and K9 is looking for a fight here. Slug turns around, goes for the spray with the UMP, takes one out, gets the confirmation on Brill, and now even Ari goes down. Slug takes them all out. Autobotz caught out in the open, gets completely dismantled, and in one fell swoop, in the blink of an eye, guess what? K9 cleans out the last player from Reckoning, and we're down to his last 2 teams.
What is this?
How?
Is it target practice? He made it look so easy. He made it look like he was pretty much playing against people in classic matches. That was really impressive. Blitz Esports. The fact that this duo is still alive is insane. They were taken down to a 2-man squad in the mid-game, but now if you collide against K9 Esports, yep, that will be a life-threatening situation, and that's what's happening. Chundan getting confirmed, Sorov the only person standing. Blitz, now they know, they're pretty much done for. I'm pretty sure they will be held by their necks and eliminated from the game by K9 Esports. K9, since they've got the man advantage, it's going to be pretty easy for them to seal the deal, and that's what they exactly do. And to be honest, a massive game from K9 Esports. Once again, a back-to-back, I see.
I would say a back-to-back, but this is going to be their first winner-winner chicken dinners today. But it is a back-to-back, most amount of points gathered in 2 games so far. A very dominating performance coming from K9. And I don't know what's happening here, but K9, they have been hitting their shots at every single angle. It's just insane.
They're actually showcasing quite a methodical gameplay, and it's been working out for K9 Esports pretty well. And back-to-back big games, by the way. In the first game as well, they had insane amount of elimination points. Right now as well, really good amount of elimination points, and the chicken dinner on top of the entire thing. K9 Esports is doing pretty good. But now, speaking about some of the teams that were eliminated pretty early, or maybe I'll talk about them later on, since K9 Esports, this flashy play, we got to focus on it a little bit more.
Yeah, Slug just going absolutely ham in the scenarios as well. Who would have thought he would bring an UMP into the final fight? By then, I was expecting maybe shotties all the way through, which saw moments of brilliance coming from Aru as well. But Blitz, props to them as well, because they were able to outflank or outweight Higgboson because of the fact that TrueRippers was looking to try and find space. They were hurt really bad. Came in the right moment in third party as well. Like they had a mutual agreement of sharing the compound, but sometimes, you know, if things don't look well, you know what, let's just take a fight.
They eliminated 3 teams in that same compound, by the way. One team, the moment they entered in, got eliminated instantly right around that thing. Then later on, even Madkings' 2 players were still standing in that compound. They eliminated them as well. TrueRippers eliminated Higgboson. They third-partied, eliminated TrueRippers, and got both the elimination points.
It was a game of third parties, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We saw third parties after third parties, even on the boys of Nebula Esports. It was Soul making that third party. Then later on, even Godlike came through with that third party. Reckoning Esports as well. They were around that fray. So yeah, it was just utter chaos.
Yeah, it was just absolute bonkers of a game as well here, because it's just, I don't know what to say. Is this luck? Is it skill? Was it patience? You know, you can see the desperation attempts coming from every single team trying to make a play, especially coming from OG. They made a very good play. Unfortunately, there was just too many people around them.
That game was pretty much just relied on the circle itself. All the teams on the southern side were eliminated, and the teams on the northern side were doing pretty good. For example, Blitz, K9 Esports, and there was one more team. I think it was around Madkings. So yeah, all the teams around the northern side, they had the covers to play with. That's why they won the game. And all the teams on the southern side, they got third party. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind Phase. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and we have Salty at the panel with us to give you guys the commentary for today. We saw a very interesting run here coming from Group A, and K9 has been dominating both the games here in Group A in particular. And now going to Game 3, Salty, were we expecting K9's performance today?
I mean, what else do you expect from K9, to be honest? This is K9 Esports, and of course, Omega leading from the helm of it all. I feel like one surprise has to be the way Knight is filling Beast's shoes out there. I think that is a very big responsibility this man has had on his shoulders, but he is doing brilliantly. 6 frags in that map. I am so impressed by this young lad.
I agree, but at the same time as well, we did saw performance coming from Blitz, and guess what? If you guys want to help out all these players, and all you gotta do is just play with your squad and help boost the prize pool of BGIS. You can be a part of it in Discovery Island, and best part about this, no UC is required. You do not need UC to help the prize pool. You help the players. Play with your squad in Discovery Island. That's all you do. Simple. Voila.
And the best part is, I think something which is the most important for all of you guys is you win rewards while boosting the prize pool of BGS 2026 as well. So they get rewards and the players get rewards and nobody loses, right?
Why'd you tell them the secret
so
sauce? I didn't want to tell them the rewards.
What is supposed to be?
Yeah, it was for me. I want to take all those rewards for myself. Don't tell them that. Just play the game.
This guy has taken all the rewards, by the way, already outside the desk. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about the last game itself. And it is going to be Knight, the MVP of that last game. 6 eliminations, 542 points of damage, which means he's been very, very sharp in the way he gets his kills. Look at that. Just 1 knock. That is all that you could find over there. But 6 elimination. That is beautiful.
Yeah, they was just stealing everything as well. And Knight, he was the biggest contributing in the opener against Seoul as well, especially when Seoul was able to dominate the southern approach. And K9, they felt very, very clean, right? OG tried to do what K9 did. Again, I think OG was able to execute Nebula Esports. It's just that there was just too many third parties as well.
Yeah.
There was Xtreme, Godlike shooting in them. There was K9 from afar observing what was happening. We've got Nebula Esports defending. It's such a fiasco in that scenario, and despite all that, OG, they did not have position points. They still had 6 finish points. But let's talk about the overall standings. In point standings so far, K9 with 16 finishes in this game, 26 points in total with the chicken dinner. Blitz surviving on towards the top 2 with a fantastic hold coming from Chandan and Sorev with 13 points in total. Autobotz makes their way with the 10 points in total with position points and 6 finish points. We've got Reckoning with 9. We've got RC with 7, OG with 6, TrueRippers with 5, Higgboson with 4, and how will this affect the overall standings? Guess what? K9 now sitting right at the tippity top with 69 points.
Absolutely highest in terms of the finish points, highest in terms of the position points as well. No, wait, actually, Higgboson, they had the highest number of position points over there. But K9 Esports, they are closely following by 69 points in total. I'm very surprised with Blitz and their consistency, by the way. Last game as well, we saw Chandan just brilliant in those close encounters. 58 points for this team. Higgboson Esports, they've got themselves 51. And TrueRippers, one of the teams that we've been watching out for. It was kind of unfair the way Jelly got taken out inside of that shack, but it's still fun. I think 44 points, they are going to feel a lot comfortable. But looking at the second half of the shot, I think there is going to be a lot of commotion. You've got a little bit of a vacuum in between Rapid Chaos Esports and Team Aryan. 9 points that separates these two lineups, and then of course closely following by will be Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, Autobotz, Nebula, Godlike, Madkings, they're all down in the gutter, including 8-Bit and Victoria's Summers here. These are banners that has a lot of potential to make it big into the top 8 here. It's just a little bit unfortunate for them to be down in the gutter, especially just being, what, 5 games in so far?
Yeah.
It's so weird to see this names right in bottom, which I'm not really used to.
Honestly, I think if they had to go in for a comeback, today was the day, because we always know Day 2 is the day of comebacks. But from this point on, I feel like considering what we've seen inside of Group C and D, once these teams make up a big total for themselves, you are always going to be chasing. It's not like those teams are going to give up their usual game and they are going to, get less points, and that just gives you a chance to come up. That is not going to happen. You had to be consistent right from the start, but now you're going to play the chasing game.
Well, definitely needs to chase as well. But of course, with one final game here for Group B in particular, this is going to be the map of Erangel very, very soon. And interesting enough, I think K9 is going to be looking for the triple threat so far. First game, they did not get a chicken dinner, but they had the most amount of points in Rondo. They got the chicken dinner, and they also still had the most amount of points in Erangel here. It feels like this might be the day for K9, considering the fact that they missed out on the global slots of BMSD. and then missed out an opportunity in BMIC as well.
Yeah,
now
I like
they
that
just look
storyline.
really, really hungry for this.
I like this storyline. I like the fact that Omega is coming in with vengeance, and now that he's got those young lads actually supporting him as well, it is brilliant. But what remains to be seen is maintaining that consistency right from day one till the end of BGIS. It's going to be a very long journey, by the way. This is just the couple of days, the first couple of days of the grind. Then you go to the main stage. There are going to be multiple elimination rounds, some brutal elimination rounds as well. So going past that is going to be a challenge. And I guess K9 Esports, the way they are looking right now, they look absolutely solid. One team I see that has definitely caught my eye has to be God's Reign, because finally we get to see Destro being a little aggressive, because after 2023 and after that victory with Team Gladiators, I think Destro has been suffering for quite a long time. But this is a very different lineup right now.
You know, that's why I said the same thing as well. I kind of agree. Like, I think behind the scenes while I was watching the games as well, especially from Rondo as well, what really surprised me was their debut here in Group A from God's Reign was just phenomenal. They were prioritizing positions throughout the entire year for last year.
Yeah.
Somehow sneak their way towards BMSD, somehow sneak their way into BMIC as well. And then they were like in a position of like, wait, this is a team that just played position, didn't really, you know, take a lot of fights. And then now, in these 5 games, we see a complete flip of a switch from God's Reign. And God's Reign playing so confidently in a stack lobby like Group A. What happened?
It just goes to show that these players, they've actually worked really hard behind the scenes. And by the way, their lineup is also stacked. Aquanox is on the bench, by the way. This man is... They've had one of the strongest benches. We'll find out if there is going to be any substitute or no. But I guess we are ready for that one final game of Wrangle for Group A. Are you guys ready? Because we certainly are.
Well, one final game for Group A today is on its way, and it is going to be match 6 for Erangel right now. Seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the southwest corner, a pretty balanced flight path, I would say. And every single team, they need to start securing those points, especially if they want to play catch-up. K9, absolute domination so far. Untouched, unfazed, perfect timings, perfect nuisance to everybody else as well, because their long-range shots has been on point, especially coming from Ninja Boy and also Knight, who is the new addition to coming in from K9 Esports.
Ninja Boy is supposed to do all of that. Certainly, he is one of the MVP materials out there. Has been the MVP of the BGIS in the past, especially if I'm not mistaken, it was 2024. But we'll check on that fact yet again. My memory is a little short, but ladies and gentlemen, this is Group A playing their final game of the day, and this time the flight path moves towards Istaya Poliana. And, well, like we said during the pre-show of the game as well, there are going to be certain teams playing catch-up. Victoria Summers, Godlike Esports, Madkings, Nebula. I'm not really sure what's going wrong, because before the tournament BGIS kicked off, these teams were looking in solid form. And now I'm not sure what is going wrong with them.
Well, only time will tell. Considering the fact that they have 24 matches to play with, there is a lot of adjustments that needs to be made as well. And of course, whoever makes it a top 8 and a bottom 8 is not exactly eliminated from the tournament. The only difference is the top 8 will skip the entire round phases and make it to the quarterfinals, which gives them a second life in quarterfinals, whereas the bottom 8 has to play round 4, where elimination is in the line here. Meanwhile, seems like Seoul having another engagement with Orangutan once more. This time, it is going to be Joker and Legit crashing inside Rozok alongside Orangutan. What is going on here?
This is not the usual drop, but they still are here looking for vengeance. Orangutan, they are somewhere around the edge on the 8th spot, 32 points in totality. I don't think Orangutan, they're going to be comfortable, and this fight is something which they need in their bag. Knowing this lad, Joker, who is in front of our screens right now, is in top form, I'm not sure how Orangutan are going to react to this. They might be looking to fall back because there's certain level of disengagement. I see that I can sense from this fight.
Like, I know Seoul, they tentatively go towards school. Everybody kind of knows that as well. But for them to actually drop inside itself is just weird. But guess what, Joker? They find an opening on AKOP, but WizGod gets flanked off instead. Nako is able to pick him off. And OG, they push up the mountain and get completely demolished here as Seoul is able to fend off for themselves.
Firepower is taking a hit. Team Soul, they are just leagues better than this team out there. Soul's legit. quite low on HP. His opponent I'm talking about, I'm not really sure if Orangutan can flip the switch right now. Another nade comes through, I think he gets taken down. Orangutan, they certainly are struggling. Like I said, this is not their drop team, so they are going to abominate them. Send them back to the lobby. 2 players have fled away from this position. AKOP has already been knocked out. He's in the waters, by the way.
Yeah, seems like Seoul read OG like a book. They knew for a fact that OG likes to take those mountains, kind of take an overview inside the city. Went to intercept them. They lost the trade 2v2, and then Seoul was able to come on top. Just very unfortunate though. But it kind of made a little bit of fiasco here because it feels like Joker starting off the fight right from the get-go, getting the initial on AK, OP, forced OG to make a move, and because of that, they kind of fumbled, made mistakes, and just got completely punished by Seoul. Feels bad for OG, but not a great day here, at least for OG today. But nice little revenge story for Seoul, I would say.
Revenge for what, by the way?
Well, Joker got taken out in the previous game by OG. Right from the get-go, as Seoul had to play the entire game for 3 players. This time they got a revenge. Or at least Joker got his revenge. Because he was the one that was bullied completely right from the drop to the end. Finally got a gun, but he was so low, and he had no more place to run.
This is something which you don't really expect from Orangutan, by the way, these early fights, not in their nature.
No, what do you mean? I don't really expect it from Seoul. Why are you drop cashing OG?
I'm just going to say this, right? Orangutan, they are more suited in playing a rather passive game early on and then building it up for the later stages. That is how I believe I would like to see this Team Orangutan. For sure, now they have international experience. They've seen the firepower. They're trying to amp it up, but it's just not suiting their play style anymore.
I kind of agree. This feels weird.
Yeah, it does not feel like OG. Like, it does not feel like their natural game style. And I understand that this is experimental stages. You're not getting eliminated. You are getting 24 matches to experiment and figure out all the nooks and crannies. But this time, it seems like in this fight, it did not work out at all.
This was a weird push coming from Seoul. Technically OG should have been able to hold down the fort, but because Aru was still driving, Wizgod was actually left all by himself to fend off a 2v1. That feels like a bad moment. And now I think he was needed off by Joker as well. But again, Joker just, dismantling the players coming from OG single-handedly here. Joker boss.
Joker is certainly the final boss inside of this lobby so far, in my opinion. I think that man since yesterday has been in phenomenal form.
Well, ever since their run in 2023, him lifting the trophy for BMPS, ever since that, he's been hopping between teams. We know he's been a good player, but just not enough.
I don't think Joker was in that 2023 lineup.
No, he was. He was King Joker at that time. He was the one that lifted the trophy. We had the land in Kochi.
That is 2024.
Oh, yeah, 2024, my bad. I skipped a year, my bad. I still thought today was 2035,
He's old
my
enough
bad.
to confuse between 2023 and 2024. Wow.
Yeah, I still thought today was 2035. Sorry, 2026 now. Happy Republic Day.
Yeah. So why I got confused as well, because 2023 BMPS was actually won by Team Seoul. And that was the team led by Omega, by the way. Goblin, his first official trophy and his only official trophy till date.
Well, for all things considered here, if you guys want to drive really cool inside the game, guess what? You guys can check out our official collaboration with Porsche. We've got 4 models for you guys to choose to look cool while riding in the distance. But speaking of which as well, seems like we do have a little bit of a passive game. Teams are adapting to strategies, except for OG, who the only strategy for Maru right now is just to survive and not get found. And seems like Hiroshima Godlike, they did scout out rotations coming from Reckoning Esports. Godlike hasn't been able to get a footing at all in this past 5 games.
I think you and I, we are on the same page on this, because I saw the caster prediction. I saw that you had also expected Godlike to actually come back in the mix as things. Have a look at this, Jonathan under pressure, but this time he's going to get taken down. Madkings, what a wonderful attack against Godlike Esports. Now all of a sudden, all the responsibility comes down on his power. We've seen him clutch it out multiple times, but Madkings, they push up with ruthlessness. I don't feel like he's going to give in any sort of breathing room. Brilliant use of the shotgun going up close and personal. Find the first knock, almost the second one. But can he clean up the entire team will be the question, of course, I see.
Yeah, he's got the first opener as well. Needs some sort of backup. Nowhere to be found though. He's all by himself. Madkings has got control on the bottom side all completely. And they are going to go for the reset. As Power needs help. Where's the rest of his teammates? Seems like another knee comes in. He will get the knock here on Cyrex. That's going to be the second one for S-Power. Looking for the fourth one. And nope. They will go down. He will go down. But it is the assistance from Admino, the Grenadier, for this game that knocks S-Power for his clip.
That is completely fine, I guess, because Godlike needed to win this fight. Madkings, the way they pushed up, the way they got down Jonathan, it almost felt like they're going to take away the entire squad with him. But brilliant recovery, tag team effort between S-Power and Admino over there to just win that fight all by themselves. Godlike finally looked to get some breathing room inside, but have a look at this. Nebula Esports are still on the move. They found a couple of these players of Team Aryan on the back foot. It seems like they are looking to capitalize. But for Nebula Esports as well, the narrative still remains the same. Where is that revenge arc that we were expecting?
Well, it will come. Only time will tell. But seems like now they are going to be going for an early rotation to slam in towards the center circle. Xtreme Godlike was able to get out of the safety. Seems like Admino, he's going to try and pick a fight, but Nebula says, we do not want to fight you guys out in open here. Xtreme Godlike, now, they are going to be looking for some sort of information. K9 also going to be driving past them, going completely unpunished, or in this case, unnoticed as well. And I don't think Manya actually realized that there was just not one team. K9 is going to be coming in as well.
I think he has information. I think Godlike just does not want to engage in those early battles just yet. Manya is known for those superior positioning inside of the circle. He understands where, or rather which position, gives you the best reward, pays you the highest dividends inside of the game. Needs to go in for a big chicken dinner, by the way, if they want to stabilize their position inside of the overall standings. But have a look at this right now. God's Reign, a team that we have been praising a lot this time, now are in one of the best positions to hold for, in a sniper tower right at the edge of the bridge towards the shorelines. They know there are going to be no threats from the backstab. It is all up front, and right up front will be the team of Reckoning Esports.
Oh boy, Neo, he may have picked the wrong timing, gave the information away. They might have spotted him out. We don't want to take a fight in this. But Blitz Esports are also going to be rotating inside the zone as well. Right beside him is going to be Autobotz, but they're not exactly in zone. At their next entry point, they might run into his Aryan as well from the far horizon. Catch a glimpse of the icon. But Higgboson once again, center control again, right from the get-go. Every single time, Higgboson. Seems like this is the strategy on how they've been able to get consistent points the entire game. Right now, Higgboson is the team with the most amount of position points.
Yeah,
but trailing behind K9 Esports is only 1 point apart. Yes, K9, they've only got one chicken dinner, but K9 is the most consistent team when it comes to both finishes and also position points in this lobby so far in 5 matches.
Are you speaking of consistency, or are you speaking of a comeback? Because in my opinion, I think Higgboson and Blitz Esports have been the most consistent. K9 Esports yesterday was sort of like a weird day for them, where they were getting games, but they were also not getting those big numbers on board. Today, K9 Esports have completely flipped the switch, and now they are certainly dominating. And have a look at this. Nebula Esports right at the center, something which we've never really seen RD do. Usually comes in from the edges and tries to take those fights. In the shelter compounds, he is going to be devoid of those hard covers. I'm not sure if that is a good position for Nebula, by the way.
Yeah, this is an adjustment coming from Nebula Esports here. They've learned their lesson. They played the compounds. They played their previous fight without information. They were able to gatekeep a lot of teams. Unfortunately, the push from OG just caused them to kind of be disconnected. Again, Nebula Esports going for the 3-1 strategy. They're leaving Kratos out in the open to try and go in for off-angle flanks if anybody decides to push them here. A very mid to long-range battle for Nebula Esports, but seems like it might work. But if teams decide to just go in for the slam, it is going to be a big problem here for Nebula Esports. But let's take a look at the God's Reign here. Seems like they are swinging outside the zone to dodge the entire fiasco, to rotate away here instead of just pushing in from the south side.
Big brain moves coming in from Destro once again. But can he find what he's looking for? Usually we've always seen God's Range playing in from the edges. But this time I don't believe they're going to be playing in passive from the edge of the circle. I'm pretty sure they are going to be hunting out for those heads, for those numbers on the board. Need to trouble the scorers if they want to stabilize that position. 5th position on the overall standings, 43 points exact. And then, of course, you've got Aru also in the blue.
Aru is thinking on a different level because he knows for a fact that Teams is going to be rotating outside the zone. He's outside the zone and is following God's Range for some reason. But for now, on screen, we do see TrueRippers Jelly finding confirmation on Roman from Reckoning. And Reckoning Esports now, they are scrambling, deciding if they want to take a fight here. Lovish tries to make an exit, hesitates a little bit here, gets tagged out a little bit. Now they are going to chase him down. And Ronnie tries to intercept Lovish, but suppress fires from afar from Levi. Will clip him up, and the buggy moving away, exposing his position, gives Levi the knock, and now Ronnie's in trouble.
Esports Player of the Year once again showing what he's got under the hood. This time, a long-range spray, of course, does find the knock, but confirmation is still yet to be found. And TrueRippers, they have established those soft covers in the form of the smoke to try and deviate those bullets, but Levi is fixated. He wants that finish for himself, and that is the hunger that we see in all of these esports players. Doesn't really matter if you win awards. At the end of the day, all you want is a trophy, and you want more of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lovish is pretty much stuck out and open as well. His car is burned out. Reckoning Esports, they have no choice but to take this fight. It's either take a fight with TrueRippers or risk getting shot from Higgboson from afar. Right now, they need to find a way to pick Lovish up. It seems like TrueRippers, they themselves are looking to disengage as well, as the circle is going to force them out in the open. Higgboson going to be controlling the south side of the farm. Nebula on the east side. Hiroshima Godlike playing safe here from the northwest corner. But shots are coming in. Lovish, they found Ronnie from TrueRippers. They tried to go in for the push, but Lovish, he has no choice but to fight. He's able to tag up Jelly, and right now he's still stuck in this spot.
I love this split coming in from Reckoning Esports, by the way. Just barring the fact that Levi is just too offset from the rest of the squad. No trade potential to be found, but if this formation sticks together, if they do find angles to support each other, I'm pretty sure they are going to get a lot of finishes from the south side of the circle. Just like you mentioned, TrueRippers are currently trapped. But if Reckoning Esports do decide to move inside of the circle, there are going to be gatekeepers in the form of Higgboson, who have complete control of farm, by the way, so they are going to disallow Reckoning Esports any breathing room. And I want to find out, can they counter that strategy?
Wait a minute. Aru, how did you end up here? How did you end up here? Okay, interesting enough here, considering that it was a big mad dash coming from him. But let's take a look into how the rest of the world is playing as well. K9, one of the top dogs this time. They are going to be gatekeeping against RCE. It seems like they are also caught in the skirmish with God's Rain as well. Destro and Justin going to be pushing from the outskirts here. Knight pretty much stuck in the corner. Forced to reposition, but he gets the nade on Justin and repositions out to safety. And here comes the slam from Neo to trade off Ninja Boy. And K9 forced to commit to this fight. Knight goes in for the push and he survives! He gets another knock before he goes down. Slug and Omega remains left for K9. Delta coming from God's Rain, and he's going to get surrounded. Nades being cooked up from Delta. The counter nade sphere from Slug will take him out. And just like that, K9 did dismantle God's Rain.
It is time to dismantle the top dogs, make way for these undergods, ladies and gentlemen, as this lad is built different. Knight in that position. What a movement did we get to see. The first nade was disrespect to the opposition, but the second knock, I think that was a statement. Knight for sure is making waves. K9 Esports, they are brilliant, but right now they are under fire. As Omega and his VK get smoked up from two sides. It is Rapid Chaos and Autobotz. This time the iShield is going to take the fall. K9 Esports struggling, but it was a scouting mission. Autobotz Esports have been found out. Will there be payback from these young lads? Slug as well taking a little bit of damage. Knight does manage to survive, but it seems like caught in between two teams. There's absolutely no way Team K9 Esports can try and fly around. Knight still survives, by the way, I see, but this time finally he gets taken down.
Yep, this time Arjun will be the one that takes the knock here. K9 Esports, they get eliminated. You can see the eagerness for Omega to try and find space inside the zone was completely caught off guard. Autobots had a firing squad lying in wait. Meanwhile, 11 teams remain. 8-bit going to be pushing from the west side. Hero Extreme Godlike has been laying low for the longest of time. It's now their moment to strike here as the circle is about to completely close in. Let's see where he goes. Seems like it is going to shift on top here. Manya and AX pretty much having one of the prime positions here to dominate every single team here. But seems like S-Power and Amino is going to intercept 8-bit first on the west side.
Like I said, Manya always knows these circles. This man has he almost remembers every single circle by its center, and he understands how to find the best positioning. But just like you said, 8-bit following in close by, this can be a tough battle for them. Certainly because they've lost Jonathan up in the process. From the backlines, there is going to be two threats, two different ones, of course. Blitz Esports also in the mix of things. You've got Team 8-bit who are trying to make their way inside the circle, and Blitz, I guess, have been spotted. And Godlike, they understand the risk, they understand the threats that exist to this positioning. It will be very important for them to hold this high ground advantage. They've got the vantage point, they've got the line of sight, but do they have the firepower to shut Blitz down?
Yeah, let's take a look at the replays here coming in from the side as well. Aru was able to find 2 knocks on the TrueRippers before going down. So that was a sick run here coming from OG. He survived the best he could, but he just could not get placement points. And oh no, he actually got 1 point. It wasn't 2. A little bit unfortunate. Took the last player of TrueRippers with him, I would say. But for now, the journey continues. Let's take a look at Higgboson. They finally make the move inside the zone now. They've only got 1 finishes so far. And right beside them, they actually scout out Reckoning Esports and GodX. Okay, he did not take a shot, but I understand why. He was pretty much low as well. Higgboson, they find themselves a freebie. And it seems like they are going to hunker down, expecting maybe more engagements coming from Reckoning Esports, but well, sorry to say, Reckoning Esports, Lovish is outside. That's the confirmation. They know this is clear now.
Look at the radar. Nebula Esports also coming close to Team Higgboson Esports. As these players do get to celebrate the finish of that squad, Reckoning Esports have been taken down, but Higgboson, they don't have too much time to celebrate. Needs to move away from this location. No covers whatsoever. Even their buggies has been blown off. One of those buggies, the rear tires, does not exist anymore. I guess it is important for them to make that rotation right now. Look at Victorious Summers just chime in, dive into this fight against Rapid Chaos. Gets first success, but the rest of the players, they are in a completely different spot. And I guess Rapid Chaos, they have been caught off guard right now. Can they retaliate will be the big question.
Oh, they're out in the open, always. He knows exactly what to do. He's got in the range as well. He's going to look for the first nade. Arjun is going to be the first knock in. Victorious Summers now has the upper hand. They can go for the counter nades. And looks like the second one from Always will tag up Groove as well. RCE, they're getting completely hammered here. Scary Jaw looking for another nade to come through. RCE, they're in the smoke, completely blind. They're getting chipped away. They've lost 2, and now Toxic remains. Here comes the spray, and here comes Victorious Summers. They're going for the slam. Always jumps off, misses the shot, gets taken down instead. Victorious Summers, they're in trouble. Scary Jaw also dying here. As Mafia blowing up the vehicle, actually tagging up Scary Jaw, and now Victorious Summers in a 2v1 situation. They need to save Scary Jaw.
Have a look at that from up top. It is Team Aryan who is also looking to chime in. Of course, the revive is going to be there, but Toxic is looking to change the script, flip the script of this fight. The shotguns from the distance will strike really as much. Victorious Summers, they had a little time to celebrate, but here comes the third party. Autobotz Esports, they wiped the floor with Victorious Summers. They thought they had won the fight. The backstab was brilliant, but who knew that Autobotz Esports were lying in wait to try and feast on their prey. They certainly did in Aryan. Now it is their time.
Oh, Devotee, he's trying to look for an off angle here. Autobots with those perfect third parties has set themselves a very strong bunker. So many vehicles there act as somewhat of a natural cover for them. And Devotee is not able to capitalize on this. This spread here from Henry and Devotee cannot really commit to this. So Autobots should be able to get the reset here in this fight. And it seems like they are able to spot out others outside. Instead, Juicy gets spotted out from Lobster from afar. Looking for this knock. Unfortunately, will not get this confirmation. Meanwhile, Xtreme Godlike looking in prime position with 7 finishes out of nowhere. They've been holding the positions for the longest of time. 8-bit, one of the first casualties. And now Blitz is going to be the next. They get the knock on Sawar. And that's the confirmation coming through for Admino.
They've hammered down 8-bit already. Now they are looking to deliver the same blow against Blitz Esports as well. Look at the nade that sails in. It is lovely. Deals a little bit of the chip damage. Just Blitz Esports, they are actually getting tag teamed by Higgboson as well. Now this is bad news for Blitz. They were looking extremely confident and consistent so far, but it seems like in the mix of things, they found themselves in a sandwich situation. Omega, that direct line of sight onto sort of Soham as well, not really in the greatest of positions. And now have a look at this. It seems like even 8-bit just got eliminated. Godlike in prime position, high ground advantage. Blitz Esports cornered, blue zone on top of them. This seems impossible to survive, I see.
Yeah, Omega going to get the tap here. 2 taps in the hit. Hosorev is down and will bleed out his zone. Blitz now eliminated as Higgboson racks up those points. Meanwhile, Autobotz, they have been trying to get out of the gutter here with Team AX still gatekeeping them from afar with just 2 players, Devotee and Henry. Such an oppressive duo here coming from AX. And Autobotz now down towards a very awkward situation as Henry tries to find an off angle. They need to get those restocks as well coming from Henry. He's out of ammunition. Needs to find those confirmations. Lobster repositions once more. The smokes do not spot him out, but Henry being extremely cheeky. And here comes the spray. Misses every single shot. Last potential final clip here coming from Henry. He's got to make every single shot count. The nades are coming in from Devotee to try and catch them off guard, but unfortunately does not do so. The sprays goes on. Lobster finally gets caught out by Devotee. Last 8 bullets. Finds the second one. No, he does not. He just gets the confirmation, and he's out of ammo here coming from EX.
7/0, not really going to be enough, but look at this man. Admino is on a rampage already. 8 finishes on this lad. Godlike, they certainly are looking good. By the way, the fight between Aryan and Autobotz actually opens things up for Godlike, because now all that they need to do is to try and go for those third parties. Get as many finish points as you can. Nebula Esports are also down in the dip, which means no real fighting chance for them. Meanwhile, Team Aryan as well as Autobotz, they look for survival. Henry lands another one of those beautiful shots. Ralphie gets taken down. The circle is favoring them. Not for long. The smoke kinda is gonna protect them for a while for sure. But can Ari even make it out of this death trap, by the way, I see?
Oh my goodness, Nate. It looks good. Oh, he shoves the crate. Arif exposed for a little bit here. Henry misses the timing window. But again, Arif forced to play this all by himself. AX, I don't know where Henry and Devotee gets their confidence from. They're fighting 2 players as if it's a 4-man army. That's just insane. And just like that, Autobotz gets completely dismantled. But let's pay attention on how the zone is looking in right now. We're down towards the final 4 teams. Hero Extreme Godlike has been dominating from those compounds for the longest of time. And they have to make their way inside his zone this time. Nebula also surviving, AX alive, and Autobotz with Arif all by himself.
Those aren't compounds, by the way. Those are little shacks that Godlike has turned into an absolute fortress, by the way. This time, though, the biggest threat to the chicken dinner will be Nebula Esports. We did spot Phoenix come extremely close to Godlike and try and get information on where exactly this positioning is. They are going to try and chip a few damage against Godlike if we do see what they are trying to do, but it seems like this fight in the northern part of the circle is still going to go on. Henry, by the way, 18/0, not enough, but he still finds the end of it. He eliminates Autobotz, and Team Aryan, they are in the podium finishes. Top 3 already with 6 eliminations. They are doing extremely good, but he needs ammunition for sure.
Oh, feels bad. No ammunition, and now Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to push up here to try and capitalize on this, but the reset has already come true. Hero Extreme Godlike, they may have missed their shot. AX now looking to try and intercept this, and Mino has been driving around looking for a couple freebies, but does not see anything. They heard gunshots, but they do not see anything. So great disengagement here coming from AX. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they will loot up whatever Autobotz left in that scenario. Loot stolen away from AX, who desperately needs those ammunition. And this time, we're down to the final 3 teams. Nebula still doesn't want to take a fight yet. They won the chicken dinner. But a very dominating performance from Hero Extreme Godlike, though. Nades being cooked up from Admino. Trying to lob one over to try and catch from AX. But again, AX now, they've stopped their aggression. Just because they do not have ammunition.
And they don't really have the best of space as well to actually counter this. Look at this, they do have the ditch, but it just gives away their position. Any nade that comes in will take them out. But what a dominating performance it has been from the lads in the yellow jersey. This is, of course, the army getting behind them. Mania going up front at Mino, trying to close in the distance. It seems like a push is inevitable at this point. Godlike, they want to strike first. They want to be the first one to enter the party. Team Aryan, they wait, they lie in wait. Nebula Esports, look at that widespread, by the way. Phoenix and Nomi, they are in a position where they can go in for a third party, but I'm not really sure what Kratos is doing. But what a nade that comes in! Brilliant placement! And once again, it is his power who finds that connection, and now it's just one lad left. I'm not sure if Henry has a lot of bullets in his weapon, but it seems like Team Aryan, they have been taken down. Godlike, they are dominating for sure. But here it comes, the Nebula and the ambush. Will it be #1 or nothing? We'll find out.
Oh boy, this is tough. Hero Shape Godlike, what a delivery package here for Devotee. But now, can they make the bounce back as well? This is the Hero Shape Godlike that we have been waiting for the past 5 matches. Now, on match 6, they rise up with 3 men right from the get-go. They make it into the top 2 against Nebula, a 3v3 showdown. Hero Shape Godlike pretty close towards the edge of the zone, while Nebula's got a wide spread as well. And this open field kind of favors Nebula as well. They do have the high ground to work with. They just need the opener. Not a lot of smokes here coming from Hero Shape Godlike. They're trying to look at those vehicles. Whether or not can they find any kind of utilities, but AX, they're pretty much dirt poor.
Yeah, they certainly were. But Godlike, they're seasoned. These are war veterans that have come in with 14 eliminations. Nebula Esports have lied low throughout this entire battle. This nade seems to be nice, but it seems like Mania wants to go on a flank, a little bit of an error move. Kratos counters it, but look at that spray from S-Power. How on earth did he land that? Goes in for the revive. It can be a little risky as the nade does fly in, but no damage dealt. But on the other side, Admino has been taken down. It all comes to the Prince of Godlike, as S-Power is the only man who is still standing. Can these nades connect? Can it do the job? Not really. Nebula Esports, they shut them down. And what a performance it has been from these lads. But a domination on the finish feed, and I'm pretty sure the Yellow Army is going to be extremely happy about it.
What a game coming in from Nebula Esports. But Hero Shape Godlike, it took them a while, but they're finally back in action. Not a chicken dinner, but still a very, very high finish volume here. And I must say, Admino was the one that has been racking up some serious points for the team. So, well done. It took us 5 games, but we finally got to see a glimpse of Hero Shape Godlike. But, and I say but, with this performance, is it enough to push them in the top 8?
I think so, yes. I think the points difference was not that much. It actually needed to real core supporters of Godlike. I saw predictions from IC coming in for Godlike as well. I had predicted Godlike, and one of those games was extremely needed to actually come through to push them and boost that confidence throughout that. Admino on a rampage, 8 eliminations in the final fight. We saw how beautifully they took down the lads from Team Aryan, but I guess against Nebula Esports, they just felt a little short in that fight.
Yeah.
And this was the moment. I see Kratos taking down Mania and Admino falling on the high ground. I felt like that was the go call for Nebula to actually go forth.
It was such an awkward moment as well. S-Power was trying to pick up Mania. And yeah, Mania was being picked off by a pixel shot from Kratos. It was just insane as well. But of course, you have to give credit where credit due here. Nebula Esports, they made their rotation adjustment in this game, which gave them this winner-winner chicken dinner. It was a different gameplay from what they played in the previous game, but it worked out really, really well. Like, I really like these adjustments coming in from Adi as well. I would say the rotations, the IGLing, the scouting coming from Kratos was just spot on. Yes, it wasn't a high finish game, but they needed some position points. And I think playing in this right track, we finally see that Nebula is kind of picking themselves out, trying to figure out how Group A kind of looks like, which is kind of good. Same can be said for Hero Shape Godlike as well, who took about 6 games to kind of adjust to understand how this lobby is playing. And I'm very, very grateful to see that they have adapted. You can see these changes coming from these teams, but of course the competition is still very tight.
It still is very tight, but I love the fact that teams from the bottom half, they are actually making their presence felt. This wasn't just a victory, this was payback, this is Armageddon for all of these teams, because have a look at this, it is Nebula Esports for the chicken, Godlike with such a high finish, and of course Team Aryan as well, just making their presence felt that, alright, maybe of course you had a good start to Group A, but you guys are not the only one who are going to be taking it with you. Of course, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude all the matches of Group A for today, but we're going to take a very short break and come back with Group B action. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with more action from BGIS, the Grind 2026. And to accompany me on the desk this time, it is going to be Super Johnny, who's looking so dashing on that leather jacket.
Oh, thank you.
Did you ride a Royal Enfield to the studio today?
Yes, I did. I got myself a Continental GT650. It's an amazing bike. One of my favorite bikes, actually.
Of course, of course. I'm pretty sure one of your favorite bikes as well. But we've got to talk a lot about what just happened in the last game.
Yeah.
Group A did conclude with that matchup, but Godlike pushing through Nebula with the chicken dinner as well. I want to know your thoughts because competition seems to be taking a tumble right now.
Yeah, for sure competition is taking a tumble because like you have an advantage, you have the numbers and still not being able to close out the end game when you have the momentum as well. Nebula Esports on the other side, I mean me and Necro were having this conversation at the very start of the day that they know how to maintain a consistent performance. I think they're still just trying to figure the groove out. As to how to basically, I guess for Nebula, the goal is going to be the finals, of course, how to make it to the finals and perform there.
You know, for Reckoning Esports, I think it is a typical Roman who always likes to just wait till the final stages before he unleashes that beast. But ladies and gentlemen, you need not wait for any longer because the Royal Pass now is live inside of the game and it comes in with a beautiful... With a very beautiful set, by the way. Rebel Rogue Fox, one of my crushes, and of course I would love if you guys get it for yourself inside of the game. But it's not just the set, it is also the DP28, which can also do a lot of damage to your opponents. You can look pretty wild dealing damage. Can there be anything better than that?
I mean, there is something better than that. If you grind the game out and have the Royal Pass with you, you get your UC back. Some of it at least, and you can use that to go for the lucky spins.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You certainly can, or you can refill your Royal Pass and get the next season as well. That is just anything, all for yourself. One-time investment, but ladies and gentlemen, one-time investment that is paying them dividends. It is going to be at Mino for Team Godlike. 8 eliminations on that match, 874 points of damage, 7 knocks. A brilliant performance. S-Power again did try his best but could not end up on the leaderboard. Mania with 3 eliminations. They've got Henry from Team Aryan and Nomi from Nebula as well on the top players list. But have a look at this point standings for all of these teams as Nebula and Godlike, they completely dominate Team Aryan with 11 points. These are the only 3 teams who could hit double digits in that one.
Yeah, pretty much. And again, I mean, impressive performance from all 3 of these squads. Nebula Esports, very opportunistic in the end game. They held back until it was time for them to go and charge on the players of Godlike for those last 3 finishes. But apart from that, I have to say, K9 Esports getting aggressive today was very, very nice. They played the first 2 matches extremely well. Third game, not so much, 4 points. So I think they've kind of maintained a nice overall average. And talking about the overall, let's have a look at the overall leaderboard. Because after 6 games, we see K9 Esports at the TPT top with 73 points. Then you have Blitz Esports on the second. This team is also very impressive.
Yeah.
Somehow, they managed to be consistent without a chicken dinner, 62 points in the top 2.
Absolutely, and look at that Higgboson, by the way. They have got themselves 2 chicken dinners, but they're still behind Blitz Esports in terms of both consistency and the finish point. Yes, Higgboson, they have balanced out the position points for the dearth of finish points, but it's still completely fine. There's their strategy which works. But what an addition Knight has been to this lineup, K9 Esports. Even in the last game we saw they were brilliant. We'll talk about the rest of the teams. Of course, there's a big gap in between Orangutan and the rest of the lineup that are beneath them. 5 points that separate Orangutan and Autobotz. Reckoning Esports, again, a big 5-point gap in between them. But before that, you've got Rapid Chaos at 35. You've got Nebula at 35. Aryan at 34. Godlike at 34. It just seems like these teams, they are going head-to-head in terms of trying to go in for the top 8.
From the 11th, where OG is, till all the way where TrueRippers is on the 4th position, there's just 12 points separating the team. So competition in Group A is as tight as it was in Group C, if not tighter. But that is the situation right now. If there is a vacuum at the top, it is going to get worse. If the teams start to perform and be consistent and get that safety cushion going right at the very start of their journey, of this grind, which is what you would ideally want, then only I guess they can achieve safety.
Yeah.
I would recommend do not be in that situation wherein it's just the last few matches left and you're just lurking on the 9th or on the 8th position in a situation where either you get kicked out or you just survive based on that last match performance, because that's a lot of risk, that's a lot of pressure. Why take it unnecessarily?
Absolutely. And speaking of risk and speaking of pressure, I think one team that has thrived under pressure will be inside of Group B, by the way. I'm talking about Genesis Esports, because what a phenomenal performance it was. What a phenomenal start to the journey of the grind. If I'm not mistaken, 48 points from the first 3 games that they've played. Utter domination. 2 chicken dinners. And then, of course, you've got a couple of those heavy-hitting names. You've got Wyld Fangs, who had a great start on the map of Rondo. Could not translate that on the maps of Erangel and Miramar. We'll have to find out, will Miramar work in their favor when they play their matches today. But these are the highlights of Group B, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And we saw some amazing clutches. 40R, as a matter of fact. They are pretty low on the standings, but as Zigor, this was a clutch which I almost felt like this man is going to pull through. With the UMP, with a lot of pressure on his back for TR, it just seems like Zigor is the only man who is performing, when the rest of the team is just falling short.
I think as a team, 4TR are falling extremely short. That's the problem with 4TR. Individuals are good, but team performance, no suppressing fire from any one of these players, no cover fire being given is the result. Well, that is because I think in the first game they kind of had this awkward moment that kind of threw away their morale, and after that we did not really see them in the upcoming matches. But as you were talking about aggression of Wyld Fangs and Genesis Esports, Team X Esports sitting on the 3rd position, that is the team that I want to talk about, because 19 eliminations, just 7 placement points. They're very aggressive, constantly in those angles. They made sure that they were proactively looking for fights, because of which they were taken out early, and hence just 7 placement points for them, but a phenomenal performance from them as well. Genesis Esports, now this is going to be my hot take, that Genesis Esports will end up dominating this particular group, because the performance that I saw from them on your angle, be it rotations, be it fight prioritization, target prioritization once you are in those fights, pacing of the game, rotation strategies, the compounds that they take to hold those zones as well, everything is just perfect.
That is what you expect from a duo of Hunters and Viper, by the way, being led by Gravity at the top. But you were talking about aggression. You have to look at Wyld Fangs and their stark difference between the finish points and the position points, 22 and 3. Of course, there can be a little bit of comebacks coming in. I'm expecting those to come in from the teams like Vanguard Esports, who's got some amazing experienced players in the lineup. Dreams, as an IGL, has been on to those LAN finals, multiple BGIS as well.
Yeah.
We had the likes of Zutsu Gaming, who also have IGLs like Ash, as well as players like Flock, who are seasoned veterans, by the way. And then, of course, we've got teams who are, of course, on the first half of the leaderboard, but haven't really made their presence so felt. Will be SINEWY Esports. I'm expecting a much more comeback, because last season SINEWY Esports were one of those standout teams that nobody expected to do so well, but they just outperformed everyone.
That is the case, and again, there's a standard that they have to upkeep. But hey, we have the casters prediction on our screens, and it seems like a lot of the commentators have picked Wyld Fangs. It's Pero, Ravan, Icy Baby, and Necro. You have gone for EVOX. We'll talk about that in a minute. Ankybot picking Zutsu Gaming, who did not really have the best of days, but the roster that they have is going to be a one that can perform. Maisie's there with NoNx.
What's wrong with you? Genesis, like right at the top, no risks taken. That is...
Yeah, simple.
Wow.
I mean, it's Genesis, right? I just said that everything about them is clean. I really believe in Genesis Esports from this particular group. The only question is that I am expecting a domination kind of the same way at the very start that we saw from Infinix Esports. So that is what I would love to see within the first 3 days at least. If they can keep that going, then maybe they will have options to experiment in the later stage, but let's see how that turns out.
Alright, well then. But again, now I had to talk a little bit about EVOX as well, because I feel like that is a team that has been under the radar. Today they play 2 Miramars, by the way, and this EVOX was last season's Los Hermanos, who were brilliant. Kalan, Spy, Evil, these lads are brilliant on that map, and I just want to see that same level of domination. We've seen that from Team Alpha in the previous groups. This time it is time for Team EVOX.
And they will have a statement to set as well, because Los Hermanos did end up dominating their particular group. So hey, I mean, a statement made from the new boys at Los Hermanos. Can EVOX match that in their matches in Group B? Time to find that out.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the big bird goes back up the skies once again. This time we are flying on top of the beautiful tropical islands of Erangel, but the passengers inside of the plane are going to be changed. It is not going to be Group A inside. It is going to be Group B. And of course, leading the charts will be Team Genesis Esports. What remains to be found out is where do these initial collisions end up. But the flight path talking about it, it starts off from shooting range and ends in towards Ferry Pier, something which is tilted towards the western side of the map. I want to find out if teams can actually go on to their default locations, because otherwise there will be some amazing initial battles.
Yesterday, a flight path like this was what caused Wyld Fangs getting eliminated early at the hands of TKM, the Knights Mob. I wonder if that drop clash is going to happen again, or are we going to see Sensei and the boys go for a different vehicle spawn? Genesis Esports, back yesterday in that game of Erangel, were kind of in a similar spot as well, but they were successful in avoiding that early conflict and surviving all the way till the late game stages, securing their particular chicken dinner. Can they again repeat the same? Erangel was their best map, 2 games back-to-back won. If they win this one, it's going to be an Erangel hat-trick.
It certainly will be. Now, kudos to actually you mentioned that Genesis, by the way, are on a hat-trick, which is brilliant. I want to find out if that was just a fluke or a run of form.
That's what I want to see as well.
I also want to find out if Wyld Fangs can recover their positioning. Have a look at that. They are extremely close to yet another team, and it seems like Zutsu Esports, that split which they always take around that military base and Ferry Pier region, this time can come under fire because Wyld Fangs are hovering right next to them. And we know they love to go aggressive in the initial phases. Goten just wants to see players and opponents in front of his crosshairs.
I think this is a pocket pick strategy right now just to counter Zutsu, because they've just forced that player to drop on the bridge rather than go for that small village south of that military bridge. But there they are, the players from TKM Esports. No early conflict from them this time around. Just easily picking up that vehicle and traversing towards the farm area. Maybe a mid-rotation fight if they have a soft little run with the players of Genesis, but I don't expect any of these players to have weapons to fight it out early.
Talking about weapons right now, once again, the Night Mobs, they themselves are... they have set themselves up for success so far. I guess they have 13 points from the first 3 games that they have played. We still would love to have a look at the map, which would give us more information, because as of yet, there are multiple teams who are close by. You've got Vanguard Esports as well as H4K in the distance. A little bit of a couple drama can break open between these two squads. They are right next to each other, and Vanguard's Anuj TWOB. We understand his aggressive prowess, always on the prowl for opposition. This time has spotted and wants to take that fight. I'm pretty sure the comms are like urging the IGL, let's just push, let's just get those finishes. But the IGL is like, nope, calm down, fella.
I like the fact that Anuj TWOB is back at getting that play time inside this matches, man. I miss this kid. He's a good kid. He's a good player. And has been able to perform for all the rosters that he has been in, apart from Wyld Fangs, because, well, never really got that playtime. But Vanguard, as they make that pounce, Insidious gets knocked out. Dionysus could be in trouble. H4K do have the upper hand in this fight, but Dionysus just managed to sneak behind the corner right at the last second. Although H4K, they still find that knock, and Vanguard is falling. Well, the shield not really able to defend itself. H4K, they wrap things up quickly. 4 eliminations secured.
That is just gifting your finishes on a silver
Pretty
platter.
much.
What were they thinking, by the way? Now, this is where half knowledge is actually more dangerous than the entire picture. You had to understand where the players were split up. I guess they had no information of those 2 players from the other side of the road in the compound, and they did not expect that little bit of a different angle. The split up was brilliant, by the way. But we will talk about what's brilliant. We saw a little bit of a rotation coming in from the lads of Wyld Fangs. And if we are talking about it, I guess they did go on towards the side of Milta Power. We'll find out if that is going to drop them any early action. But as of yet, Team TWOB, they're quite comfortable.
They are quite comfortable, but the position that they are in is of extreme discomfort, I have to say. The southern edge of the military island. Personally, I don't feel it's a good starting position inside of the game. Reasons: southern edge of the map. Rotation options are going to be limited. The only way you survive is if you have no one near you, no one in the military base, no one blocking the hills south of the military bridge, and you just rotate uncontested. this time around, TWOB, they have access to the early zone, but the loot is going to be compromised again because those warehouses, there is not enough loot for an entire squad. Maybe just 1 or 2 players, but not for 4 for sure.
Talking about loot, I still would love to find out if Zutsu Gaming, they're finding themselves their decent share of loot, because they would have loved to capture a little bit of the military base island. Not just it gives them additional loot, but also it allows them to come down to the military base, does the circle shift south. But I guess that piece of real estate has been taken away. Wyld Fangs, with the initial drop location, I guess, have just scared those lads from Zutsu Gaming. So far, the start inside of BGIS, the grind hasn't really been that handsome. 14 points secured so far, and I guess they have a long way to go. Like we said, I feel like it is a little bit of a redemption arc for not just Ash, but also players like Flock and Veron77, who has been constantly on the sidelines, bench warming to be very exact. Now finally they get their play time and the limelight that they want, but it's extremely important for them to be successful in these initial few games.
Yeah, but Rising Esports had a pretty interesting run yesterday. We saw a little bit of aggression from them, but they weren't really able to bring it to fruition or gain that much value from it. Still outside the top 8 after day number 1. When we saw them quite close to a few players from the side of EVOX, and of course on the map as well we saw surrounded by Zutsu and Team Tamilas. EVOX on our screens right now, making a quick rotation towards the open fields of Gatka. Of course, getting early cover over there, early compound control is going to be important, and that is exactly what EVOX was looking for. And so is 40R as they move north to south, but it's going to be a tricky rotation everywhere they go. They find a team. Just avoided NoNx a few moments ago, and now a run-in against the players of SINEWY.
You know, the best part about these Gatka circles is you don't really find a lot of compounds to work with.
Yeah.
Teams still understand that this circle always ends up on those regions, so they want to capture everything that is available. We'll have a look at the replay once again, this fight between H4K and Vanguard, which was a disaster for the latter, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
In every single aspect, not a single fight won, not a single fight looked clean, and they were just completely lost. It seemed to be like a fight that was completely unforced, but then they just gave in to their intrusive thoughts and lost that game.
Man, oh man, this is... Well, Vanguard, I think, yesterday had a pretty good, decent day, 14 points. And since the difference wasn't much, I think they need to perform in the next 2 Miramars. Hopefully, they're going to be one of those teams like Team Alpha that does well on Miramar. Do you think so?
I'm hopeful, I'm positive. I always love to be optimistic, but for Vanguard, I'm not really sure, man. See, I guess it is not a problem with the Assaulter, not a problem with the IGL, but it seems like it's a misfit, by the way. Anuj, Dionysus, extremely different mindsets as athletes, since I've known them so personally and closely. One always loves to push, always loves to go aggressive, since he just lifts so heavy. Anuj is a man who is hot-headed.
Yeah.
Dionysus, on the other side, is a rather calm guy. He loves to take those positions and loves to acquire those placements before going in for those fights. So I'm not really sure how that match is going to happen.
I think we have had different experiences with Anuj too, because I usually meet him at events, at competition, but hold that thought, because EVOX, they have a run-in against the worst team they could have run into. That is KALINGA Esports, and they instantly find 2 knocks. Although KALINGA, they have lost one of their own. Owen just jumps out, looking to rack up and wrap up these finishes. The player is extremely low, but with the DBS, takes out Owen. Last man left alive from the side of EVOX now as Spy hits the floor. And Shadow, he's just trying to survive, but third party comes through, Rising. Inferno, they are here. Oh, this is not looking good. Shadow is just surviving because KALINGA Esports have kind of been a distraction. Finally, EVOX shut down. And Rising Esports, they get shut down as well. KALINGA somehow managed to survive. 6 eliminations racked up. But there's a 4th team in the mix. That is LASTADE.
Third parties are the third parties. You don't really expect that. A little bit of an awkward engagement in between these 2 squads. And look at the utility barrage. Little do they know that it's just one man, one lone strangler who's just still standing. they've thrown at least 6 nades, the entire team by now. 7th one goes off the board as well, and finally they get the finish with that shotgun. LASTADE Esports, they find themselves a second frag, but I'm kind of disappointed with the way EVOX took that fight. They were in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but I think the worst of it all was felt by Rising Esports because they just got 1 point off of that.
Yeah.
At least EVOX walked away with 3. The most value was, of course, gained by KALINGA Esports that ended up getting 6 eliminations in that fight. And LASTADE, well, they got 2 points, but they have all 4 players. So for them, this doesn't change anything. But hey, my favorite team on the screen right now, that's Genesis Esports taking on TKM. They found an opening, and look at the perfection of this play. It's the one knock push strategy put to use again. They're going back to the fundamentals. They're playing with the fundamentals intact. As soon as the players from TKM go for a revive, Genesis, they make the pounce, and they find those openings. Again, the player is going to be knocked out, but the third party from Wyld Fangs on the players of Genesis can cause some trouble. They've lost Hunters, Viper knocked out. Now Gravity is going to try and see if he can wrap up this fight as quickly as possible, because that is what they need to do. And mistakes being made by TKM as well, as Beast takes out Zerif. Genesis, they are going to be praying for a reset at this point. 3 players still left standing, and here comes the Fangs.
Yeah, it's almost like Royal Rumble. The last one to enter will always be the one who has the greatest amount of energy, and also the war battles being won. Chances for them to win is insurmountable. Wyld Fangs this time, they are doing pretty good, but it seems like in the front lines, Goten has been taken down. Gravity, good compound defense. Brilliant jump down, by the way. Finds a chip onto SprayGod, and Wyld Fangs, they are in shambles. It's from the distance. It is SINEWY Esports. Shots to come through. Wyld Fangs, 3 players knocked out. Kanha, the only man who's left alive, and Goten. A little bit of revival can be taken, but have a look at this. The Night Mobs, they are looking to clean things up. Beast 04, the only one who's left alive, and in the backlines also, you've got the lads from NoNx Esports.
Oh man, I mean, when SINEWY go back and review this match, I think they are going to be upset about the fact that it could have just been a spray down over there, and they could have taken points off of Wyld Fangs as well, because as you mentioned, 3 players were down on their knees. There's just 1 man that was left standing. Well, Beast was alive, but not for long. The nade from Kanha wraps things up, and TKM is also going to be sent back packing to the lobby. We're down to 10 teams, 38 players in this particular match. But, man, such chaotic conflicts. The first one occurring towards the western edge of the play zone. This one was towards the eastern edge.
Yeah.
Just a little bit outside the play zone itself. And Genesis Esports, not expecting Wyld Fangs, ended up losing their backline players. This time the support was being provided by Hunters, but he got picked off, and Wyld Fangs were allowed a free push towards the building where they saw Genesis already in a pretty chaotic situation dealing with TKM.
Still does not make sense, to be honest, the way SprayGod got taken down. I guess this was Wyld Fangs, who is getting extremely tunnel vision right now, like a horse that they do not understand where the surroundings is. I've never seen SprayGod being taken down by an IGL who steps out of the window, jumps out, and then shoots him as well. That is a lot of time for you to react. Now, me as an athlete, of course, I'm not that fast enough, but you guys certainly can be fast enough if you do get the official collaboration with Porsche, which is available inside of the game for now. So you can get that vehicle, be fast enough, and of course, be energized inside of the game and not suffer the same fate that the Wyld Fangs suffered. But still, it's early days for Wyld Fangs. 2 players are still alive, Goten and Kanha. We know the firepower they pack is brilliant, but I'm not really sure about the survival instincts. Well, there you go. Called it. They aren't really meant to survive.
Not meant to survive. Should be the tagline.
They're not built to survive, by the way, I guess.
Hey man, it's a short and sweet journey for them as well, right? Go in the match, secure as many eliminations.
That was sweet, by the way.
I think if they get a few more eliminations, they are going to be okay with this game.
Well, we'll find out. Kanha, Lone Strangler, of course, and now Team Esports understand where this player is. Wants to smoke up so that he does get a little bit of that angle.
Esports right now is the worst team to go up against because they do not let anyone slip. If you remember yesterday, they were willing to ruin their own match just to pick off and finish off TWOB. They camped in the blue zone for at least a good 5-6 minutes.
And this time as well, not really giving a little bit of breathing room for Kana. Kana, meanwhile, with the buggy itself, just wants to run away from that location in the search for a couple of those extra placement points.
For a second, I thought he was going after him.
No. There's no way they are going to go after him. I guess Team X Esports, they understand that the circle is of the utmost importance right now. They are battling for, of course, the top few spots. And Wyld Fangs, meanwhile, I guess if they do get a couple of placement points, this can be a good game. They are in the top 3, by the way.
Yeah, just off of raw aggression as well, because I assume even in this game they aren't going to get any placement points. If they do, though, opportunity is there. If Kana makes it to the top 3, top 2, then maybe they can pick off, well, not pick off, but topple over a team from the top of the leaderboard. A recap of that conflict where EVOX and KALINGA fought it out with Rising Esports chiming in and LASTADE moving in for the cleanup. Shadow, he did a brilliant job of protecting himself for a few moments. And of course, a helping hand from PMW IGL kind of resulting in Rising Esports falling apart. Alright, it was Archit that ended up destroying Rising Esports. I think he picked off too, and then the last man was also shut down by PMW IGL, but LASTADE Esports showed up at the right time, timed the third party to perfection, and got the last few finishes. But now, as we traverse to the open fields of Gatka, important to have some cover. Team Tamilas, they have a small little shack to work with. And find a knock onto Sujil from H4K.
By the way, Kana has been taken down, so that is the end for
no.
Wyld Fangs. The top 3 teams have been eliminated. X Esports now, if they do get a big chicken dinner in this one, Kest can push forward and chase down Genesis. This time a little bit of a fight between 4TR and H4K as the nades do come out, but it's still inside the shack if I'm not mistaken. Rage God looking to traverse inside of the smoke, try to keep himself at bay, but it seems like his own nade just took down his entire team. Did he sacrifice his finish points? That is, or rather will be my question. It seems like he did, but 4TR, they themselves aren't really safe quite.
Yeah, pretty much. I think just to expose. 4TR, I think, could be done soon. Shub spotted out. And, of course, there's a team on the other side of the hill as well. If they see that smoke, they might go for the spray.
It's a weird split coming in from 4TR officials. I'm not really sure why they are so distant from each other. This time, Shub has another team who has sort of pushed him against him, but brilliant recovery, by the way. NoNx, first man is going to go down through the smoke, playing in beautifully. Dancing in the tippity toes, wants to protect himself from the nades that come through, but finally he's going to take the fall. 4TR officials are left with their 2 players. Spain is live. A lot of responsibility on this lad at the center of the circle. One shack to work with, Johnny.
And it's not going to be easy to work with that open shack as well. Especially if anyone gets close, you get in a lot of trouble. But Zutsu Esports, oh, they delay the players of Team X Esports so much that TWOB pile on and take away those elimination points. Revenge for TWOB for what was done to them yesterday. But 4TR Zgot still alive and still willing to take this fight. Picks off a few individuals from the side of LASTADE Esports. Although revenge taken by Stone BGMI, Z got knocked and finished off. Now Payne is live, is going to be the last man left alive. And he's trying to hide his presence from the players of Team Tamilas, who I think are just playing for center control.
From the map feed that we have, Team Tamilas, by the way, this is an extremely weird formation that they have set up. I have never seen something like this before. They are in a straight line that goes horizontal across the map.
Yeah. I mean, you see the 2 players on the radar, and the last man, Mr. IGS, is all the way to the east. Now you see the whole team on the radar.
It's almost like equator on Earth.
Equator is on Earth.
I'm talking about the periphery of it, but nonetheless, we will have that conversation later on. I'll need to give Johnny a couple of those geography lessons, but SINEWY Esports and NoNx right now, they are duking it out. A little bit of those nade battles happening in Rapido. This time, if the nade does sail in, if it lands on Mox, yes, it does. Will find the knock. NoNx Esports, they have the upper hand in this fight. They are fighting for the control on the northeastern part of the circle. Meanwhile, SINEWY Esports, not the one to give up that quick.
I mean, I find this quite interesting that NoNx is just moving in at the exact same spot where they see those utility go off. It's like Rapido just gives away his life to the players of SINEWY. Big blunder from the players of NoNx. It's going to be difficult to recover from this as well, considering they are playing outside the play zone right now, looking for space to move in. But SINEWY, they just have this wall of smokes to work with. No cover, but one haystack and two vehicles. And NoNx, oh, they barely managed to sneak in, but Fame, he's going to get knocked out. A little bit of helping hand being lent by SINEWY Esports as Team Tamilas Fox OP gets traded.
Extremely problematic situation for Team Tamilas, to be honest, because once you're inside the shack, you basically can't get anywhere else. Everybody's crosshairs are going to be on you. Even if you get a slightest pixel outside the window, you are expected to have your head blown off. And this time, I guess, Team Tamilas, they have set up a couple of flanks to counter that, but will that be of any use is my question. Zutsu, by the way, in the backlines have been quite calm and composed. They are retaining all 4 players, so their chance of getting a chicken dinner is still at bay. You've also got the teams like TWOB from the DOA status, all 4 players still alive. Another big opportunity for them to make amends and come up, and they've got 4 eliminations already, so they are war season.
Well, let's see though. I mean, right now, looking at the play zone, looking at what options are available for these teams, I have a feeling that either TWOB or LASTADE will end up doing well in the end game. As you were talking about Zutsu a few moments ago, yes, all 4 players are there intact, but they're going to be forced to run out in the open fields where Team Tamilas already has cover to work with, and TWOB will have line of fire. SINEWY is also playing from that eastern edge, so that's another threat that you have to deal with. Zutsu could be in trouble. Look at that. Veron is going to be the first man charging forward. Gets himself a haystack, but where do they go from here?
Nowhere. They will need to take that fight. Need to try and counter Team Tamilas for that central control, but have a look at this. SINEWY Esports, a couple of those nades do sail in that direction. I love the usage of the smokes, and now they push up against the hovercraft, but the first man takes the fall. Brilliant recovery by Mr. IGL and Fox in tandem. The partnership just causing yet another casualty for SINEWY as they do want this space to themselves. Behind the hovercraft, yet another explosion. This time, SINEWY Esports seems like they have doubled down on that positioning. But from the distance, Fox and the rest of the lad, look at AimGod in his flank angle. I doubt SINEWY have any idea that AimGod can peek out and take down the entirety of that squad.
Oh yeah, pretty much, I guess. I mean, the question is that do they allow him that freedom? Because he is at an off angle, but he runs out of it. Oh, the timing of it. SINEWY, they weren't distracted at all, and in fact, they were looking right in this direction. An easy pick coming for SINEWY Esports, but the trade comes through for Team Tamilas. Zutsu, though, make a move, charge forward for the players of TWOB. Trades coming through, but TWOB, they might be down in numbers. Last man left alive, Emperor, and well, he is gonna rule over nothing in this game. Gets taken out, and Zutsu will be allowed an opportunity to recover.
They certainly will be. SINEWY on the other side, they are on their knees already. Just one play in the form of Rexboy. 2 beautiful nades come in, and that wipes him off the map. Brilliant stuff from Team Tamilas. But can they recover their fallen IGL as Mr. IGL crawls back to safety? Not really safe for sure. But Zutsu, that was a scare and a half, by the way. The fight that we just witnessed.
Yeah.
Ash falling, Veron falling. I guess it was their last remaining player in that push. Meanwhile, Flock is in a completely different angle altogether. Looking at the map feed, it is still very unlikely who's going to get that chicken dinner. But Johnny,
8 bullets in that mini 14. 8 bullets, and he's just pre-aiming that corner like he is going to connect nothing but headshots onto Anonymous.
I think 8 bullets in the final circle, it's still enough. You're not going to be using the Mini 14 for a while. But barring that Mini 14, all he's got is going to be the S12K, which I'm not really sure is going to come in range. The circles inside of the final ones are much larger, especially after the new zone meta came into inclusion. 4TR, by the way, still surviving. Pain is live inside the final circle. Still gatekeeping against the lads of LASTADE. which is surprising because LASTADE has 3 players still alive.
And they do have the numbers to work with, but their positioning, it's very easy to get caught off guard. Now I think the odds are going to be stacked in the favor of Zutsu because they have the numbers to work with, and Ashi's a veteran IGL combined with Flock and Veyron. So they know how to close out these matches as well when you have the numbers. Look at that. Cleaning up Team Tamilas. They pick off 1 and well, he had 8. He just needed 3. NoNx eliminated from the match. We're down to the top 4 teams. 10 players still alive. LASTADE down to 3. Zutsu still fighting with 4. Team Tamilas with 2, and then just 40 out. They're down to 1. And as LASTADE try to make a pounce inside of the play zone, try to gain themselves a little bit of area to work with, they lose out on 2 players as the third party from Zutsu results in 2 players falling. It's down to bad OP to get these revives going, but I don't think he will succeed because here come the Utils.
Day 2 proving to be the day of comebacks yet again. Zutsu as well as LASTADE, they are duking it out for the chicken, of course. As LASTADE, they are in shambles. If I must say, this nade is brilliant, but it bounces off. Zutsu Esports needs to push up. They understand that there are going to be 2 knocks, but this nade is beautiful. Leaves them just 1 lone strangler. It is going to be a 4v2v1. Team Tamilas, I'm not even sure if Reaper is going to be of any use because just like you mentioned, has got 5 bullets on that Mini 14, and after that finishes off, I'm not sure if he's going to get anything to fight with.
Yeah, it's going to be too difficult. And right now, the only saving grace is if bad OP just catches one of the players from the side of Zutsu off guard and then converts a multi-frag. Oh, too much damage from the nade. He has secured 1 knock. He's looking for the second, and he finds it as well. Too desperate for the finishes. Even though the odds were turned, he still gets taken out. And the last few players left from the side of Team Tamilas are just going to get naded out of existence as Zutsu secures a pretty clean winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves.
In my opinion, that was still pretty scrappy from Zutsu. That was not... I mean, yeah, for sure, they did get the chicken dinner, but then losing so many fights along the way. Look at this. Every single time they pushed up, right? Against LASTADE, they lost bodies. Against the previous team, they pushed up. Against Team Tamilas, if I'm not mistaken, they lost bodies as well. So, yeah, in my opinion, it was a pretty scrappy chicken dinner, but something is better than nothing. So, Zutsu Gaming, they are making that bounce back for sure.
I mean, but hey, that's what life is about, right? It's not about hitting hard. It's about getting down and getting back up again. I mean, that's my favorite line from Rocky, but I think that was the game plan, I guess, for Zutsu Esports this time, because as you mentioned, every single time they would push into a fight, they would get their players knocked out. But luckily, none of them got finished off, so they had the numbers to close out this match. Because imagine this, if they did not have the numbers to work with, then bad OP, I mean, could have actually clutched out this endgame fight. And I think, he was just too greedy for that finish point, man.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, right? A little bit of lack of awareness coming in from Flock as well. Brilliant nades from Ash, no doubt about that. But look at this, Ash. The rest of the 3 players, they aren't even in for the fight, but it is Ash who is in the front lines charging in. For sure, he understood that it is a 1v1, so he did have backup, but if Veyron wasn't in position, it would have been very scrappy for Zutsu if they had lost this chicken dinner. But nonetheless, look at the stats. They've gotten themselves 11 finishes on board, which is not bad at all. And then, of course, add up the position points from that game. It is going to be 21 points acquired. Certainly, they are pushing for the top 5.
Yeah, of course they are. I mean, today, as you mentioned, it is going to be a day of comebacks, and Zutsu initiating that comeback. Yesterday in the 3 games, they just had 10 eliminations in total. Today they have more than that in just the first game itself, and of course the chicken dinner. It's going to be very interesting though, because I think before this game began, or in fact during the match, because we do see the live rankings, the difference between the first and second was the same, was in fact more than the difference between the second and all the way till the 12th position. Ooh. So now that is what everyone is trying to take on. Now that has become the challenge, that can you get close to Genesis Esports at the top?
I think the vacuum will certainly be stopped for a while at least, but Genesis Esports, this was one of their off maps.
Just 3 points.
We did not get to see the hat trick for sure, but I'm expecting on the map of Miramar there will be a little bit of a comeback, because again, this map was kind of weird. We had the little bit of a third party, fourth party incident happening twice. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like point standings needs to be figured out which team secured one. But after this very short break.
Welcome back after that break, everyone. And of course, it is an exciting start to the journey of Group B on day number 2 as well of the grind BGIS 2026. But joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Necro and Zutsu Esports. What an amazing comeback.
I know, right? Zutsu, especially for a man like Ash, who desperately needed that, even Flock included, he was doing pretty good for himself. And I'm also a little bit happy for Team Tamilas. Yeah, decent game once again. But one thing needs to be changed from Team Tamilas, and that is that you cannot keep on playing passive over and over again, especially in the final few moments when you know you've got the man advantage. You might as well just take the initiative.
I agree with you. When you know you have the man advantage and you know the opponents are distracted, because Zutsu was just focused on TWOB and the players of LASTADE for a long time. But while they were distracted, there's a little bit of distraction for you inside of the game. That is going to be the collab between BGMI and Royal Enfield, the Classic 350 and the Continental GT 650, available for you guys to roll around inside of BGMI in style. But talking about style points, I think, who do you give style points for those two, I don't know, third parties or fourth party situations that happened inside of the match?
To be honest, giving style points to any one of those people would be really tough, because the way that entire game went, it was just so random. It's really tough to say how exactly fights happened, how things really unfolded. So many things were just happening randomly.
I would still give style points to KALINGA, because I think out of all of that chaos, they got taken out early, but they got 6 eliminations to their name, so we'll just give them that leeway. But we have the stats on our screens. MVP of the match handed over to Flock, because he got 5 eliminations and 604 damage. He's going to have his own teammate Veron joining the top players list. There will also be Reaper from the side of Team Tamilas. And of course, another player from Team Tamilas makes it to the list. That's Fox OP.
So Team Tamilas at least got a decent bit of elimination points in this game. So that's going to help them a little bit more. And decent bit of placement points too. So it's going to be an okay average that Team Tamilas is still maintaining. LASTADE Esports, they've got 9 points in total. 4TR as well, finally waking up a little bit late, but it is what it is. At least they've woken up. SINEWY Esports as well, getting 6. KALINGA Esports, those 6 elimination points. It's going to help them quite a bit in the overall standings. TWOB is just 5. And if you look at the latter half of the board, Vanguard Esports got eliminated so early in that game.
That was a very awkward fight coming in from the players of Vanguard. I mean, I don't know why they charged forward into a situation like that, got all of their players knocked out. But look at this. This is the point difference that I was talking about. You see those points, 52 for Genesis, then you have 35 for Zutsu, 33 for Team Tamilas. They had an incredible run LASTADE with 33, KALINGA Esports 32, NoNx Esports 29, Wyld Fangs 28. They take a massive drop. EVOX with 27, also a massive drop from the 3rd all the way to the 8th position.
A lot of us went with Wyld Fangs as well, but they've only managed to secure not a lot of points in that game. And so far, they've got 28 points in total, which is decent. Wyld Fangs is still inside of the top 8, and that's all you need to be. And now you've also got a team like EVOX just barely sitting on the cusp. Let's not forget, it was just the 4th game of the day, so not a lot can be said for them as well. Wyld Fangs, they have kicked things off decently on the map of Wrangle. Now, if you move on and transition towards Miramar, they need to be a little bit explosive.
Yeah, they definitely do need to be. But at the right time, I would say, because Wyld Fangs, I mean, placement points, just 3. Love the aggression, but you need to have those survival instincts as well, because that is the average that the teams at the top are maintaining. But again, we are going to be seeing these teams play their first few Miramars today. What are your expectations from them?
I'm going to be expecting a really sweaty game. That's what I think. We are going to be seeing quite a passive game of Miramar, unless someone like Wyld Fangs just goes absolutely guns blazing and they are still hungry for elimination points, then that can be a whole different thing. You've also got a few names like EVOX that can really change the place, and EVOX is one of those teams that can go really aggressive if they want, or if they want, they can really apply the brakes and play it extremely passive. Zutsu Esports, so far they have been taking that passive approach, but you never know. They do possess that firepower. If they want, even they can amp up the aggression.
And of course, they're warmed up after that performance on Erangel as well, which kind of opens up the floodgates. But the question is, can they make it work on the upcoming map of Miramar? And as we were talking about it, Genesis Esports, phenomenal positional play yesterday on Erangel. Can they replicate it in Miramar as well?
A lot of questions, and I'm pretty sure those questions will be answered once we jump inside of this game of Miramar. Without wasting any more time, let's just move on. First ever Miramar for this entire group. At this time, the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. As we know, Miramar is something that is supposed to bring the pace down for these teams. But is that really going to be the case? That's also another question that's opting up in my mind. Maybe Wyld Fangs can break that silence and instantly go for a chaotic start. Maybe Zutsu can continue that momentum and actually try and flip the switch and go aggressive as well. There's so many teams with a lot of potential and so many brilliant names as well, like Genesis Esports, that would want to get the points flow once again back in their hands.
I think that was what was responsible for the chaos that you mentioned. It was responsible for all of the teams at the top of the leaderboard in that previous game of Erangel getting taken out super early. You talk about EVOX, you talk about KALINGA, you talk about Rising Esports, TKM, these teams that were getting hyper-aggressive took an early exit. But looking at the flight path, as you said, and as we see, leaning towards the western side of the map, Genesis Esports taking an early exit this time. I think we are going to see them take an extremely slow approach, and H4K gliding it out with the players of LASTADE. How is that going to work out?
Look at Genesis Esports gliding all the way towards Torre Muda. So Genesis, they're going to have a bit of that smooth sailing. Zutsu heading towards Los Leones. You've also got TWOB dropping around Minas Del Valle. So for TWOB, hopefully this isolated drop spot, it's going to help them quite a bit. KALINGA Esports, though, taking a bit of that late exit, which also means that the rotation is going to be hampered.
Vanguard as well towards La Cobriera, uncontested. And of course, we have a Northern Circles, but hey, look at this. A new drop clash happening in Picado, and this time it's going to be SINEWY taking on the players of 4TR. Well, at least this time both the teams have agreed to fight.
Hey, 4TR finishing off that player pretty much in style. Moke's done and dusted. SINEWY Esports down to a 3-man squad, man advantage with the hands of 4TR. But is 4TR really going to press on the momentum even more? That's the question. With the man advantage, they should. But SINEWY, they've got a proper crossfire setup. All the 3 players on that same floor. They've also got their hands on the close-range weaponries, Uzis and the shotguns. That's going to help them quite a bit. 4TR, all the 4 players now trying to group up as well together. And it's better to finish off the fight as soon as possible, because you know that's going to be hindering you for quite a long time if you're not going to finish off this fight. Utilities are going to be extremely important. If you've got the nades, you better know where to exactly toss them. And 4TR, they are someone who knows how to convert these fights.
Especially when you have the man advantage, you need to convert those fights. I think that is what is happening right now. We have Pain is Live, TWOB, and ZGOT kind of having pinned the players of SINEWY Esports in the same building as them. Have their teammate in the other building, just looking for utility maybe, hoping to see if they can find a few nades to kick things off and find that second knock against the players of SINEWY. SINEWY Esports, they just go into hiding, not even giving any sound cues to the players of 4TR. And guys, this is why there was an entire conflict a few days ago from a group before this, but Ninju almost connecting those shots on, I believe it was ZGOT who was dropping down. Oh no, it was Morty. It was a big chunk of his HP, but has recovered now.
there's always a clash for this spot.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense as well. It's the centric part of the map. It gives you a big edge. Even if the circle moves down south, you are still going to be having an easy rotation. If it's going to move up north, it's still going to be an easy rotation. If the circle shifts east, you're still going to have an easy rotation. No matter where the zone shifts, you will have an easy rotation out of this spot. That's why everyone wants their hands onto it. And only the most dominant team can claim it. As of now, SINEWY and 4TR still in a massive standoff. And the fact that even 4TR isn't really pushing up, honestly, that's a little bit weird.
It is a little weird, but let's see how things turn out. Because now all 4 players have regrouped, and I think in terms of utility, they were able to find a stun grenade that is on towards Z-God. We did see him equip it, but not really making a move. 4TR being extremely cautious with how they want to make this bounce, and SINEWY, they seem prepared for this fight as well. They've set up a crossfire in the hallway, but 4TR not making that bounce. Oh, they did try to cover up the nade sound with that spray.
I'm not even sure what that spray was. Maybe just trying to bait the players. A little bit weird. 4TR still wait for some sort of response from the opponents. But even the opponents, they're not really someone, they're just giving it like that. But eventually the fight does break out. SINEWY, they have been caught off guard. 4TR, they're using unique ways to try and catch the players of SINEWY off guard. And now it's just 2 players in that same building. Ninja tossing out the utils in the hopes of finding at least one more knock. But Ninja, he steps out in the open a bit too much. White swings that angle, and now the opponents know they've got a major man advantage, and they're just going to press upon that matter. And just like that, SINEWY, they've been eliminated from the game.
It was a slow choke for the players of SINEWY. They could not do anything, and 4TR eventually find their picks. 4 points secured at the very start of this match. Wyld Fangs, though, look at them. Team X Esports right in front of their eyes, and it seems like Wyld Fangs, they are looking to bring that chaos inside of this match again. Quite eager to charge forward into that fight. On the other side of things, NoNx in a little bit of trouble as Rising Esports have found the opening. Arthur knocked out. Should be an easy finish conversion for them.
Yeah, the man's still safe, though, behind that vehicle. He's knocked out, though, so pretty much useless. And even the elimination point gets stolen away. That's got to blow. So Rising, they are someone who are quite spread out as well. One man, Beard Baba, gets caught off guard all the way in the back. That's a massive knock. The big man, is the rescue operation going to be there for him? And I guess the answer is probably going to be yes as well.
Oh, they're moving in for the revive over there.
They've got to.
Alright, yeah, they are. It's Dragon who has been sent up to revive Beard Baba, but this is kind of awkward for Rising Esports because all of their attention was on the players of NoNx, and the Knights mob charged forward at the perfect time. The third party that fight, Beard Baba, did not even know when he was hit. Got knocked out, finished converted by the Knight mob.
There's so many teams in this lobby that just likes to play it from the centric part.
Yeah.
Rising Inferno, then you've also got Team Tamilas. These 2 teams, you will always see them playing around the centric part. Even Zutsu, they're not really someone that wants to go too aggressive. But I would love to see them shift on the aggressive side of the spectrum and see how exactly it's going to work out. At the end of the day, you've got boys like Veron, Flock, and these 2, they do possess a lot of firepower. Speaking of Ash, one of the main issues with this guy, especially inside of Showdown, was the firepower itself. He was the ideal for the team, but he himself was not able to contribute with the elimination points a lot. I would say a lot is an understatement. He was just able to get like 1 or 2 elimination points throughout the entirety of the day.
Yeah, but at that time, I think the way Shiraj and Veron were playing, they were more than making up for that lack of performance. These 2 individuals were on fire during the Showdown series. But on our screens right now is LASTADE Esports. This team has been very impressive so far. I love the confidence that we see from them in those fights. But unfortunately, luck is not going to be favoring them this time around as the circle shifts towards the west. Crater Field, Smack Center, and H4K are being tracked by LASTADE. Now the spray from Gyrogod. This is our damage on that vehicle, but yeah, they can't really find the knock. The distance is a little too much.
It's 4K. The team's on the run. Those shots definitely proven out to be quite deadly. Taps close enough, but not connecting yet. It's 4K safe. The fact that Stone BGMI is still taking shots is wild. I'm not even sure why the man's taking those shots. He's just burning through ammunition. And if you look at Stone BGMI's overall loadout, it's a little bit weird. Mini 14 and DBS. It's both extremes. Mini 14's for long range, and DBS is for extremely close ranges.
Living on the edge, basically.
Yeah, there's no in between.
Does not like the middle ground.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see how that works out, because that also means that if he is at a mid-range fight, then he's going to need his entire team to help him out.
True.
Although, yeah.
He does not like the mid ground. That's why they're in the mid pack in the overall standings.
Ooh. Gotta get out of here, man.
Yeah.
I mean, so which way do you think they would go? At the very top or at the very bottom?
Up to them. But the way they're playing, there's a chance they might just go at the bottom. But hey, something that's going to keep you at the top is going to be this beautiful BGMI X Royal Enfield collaboration. You want to get your hands on the Continental GT650 or the Classic 350. Both of them look absolutely great. Whatever you want to get, just head inside of the game and try your luck now.
Hey, Genesis Esports, they're going to try their luck picking off the players of H4K. Shots fired, no contact made. As soon as I say that, Wizard loses almost 90% of his HP bar. Make that 100 as he gets knocked out. Viper secures that knock. A clean one as well from Genesis Esports. And there's the finish.
Oh my god, that nade. Really close. Rising Inferno. Oh no, they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. Dragon. Demand strapped, nowhere to go. Wyld Fangs. They will devour that player.
That's the literal definition of nowhere to go. He goes inside the shack, gets shot at, runs out, instantly gets taken out. And Rising Esports, man, I mean, this is the worst possible day for them. 2 games back-to-back, they finish with just 1 point.
I'm not even sure what the man was doing all by himself over there.
His teammates got taken out super early. He was the last player, I believe.
No,
he
there
wasn't.
are still players. There are still 2 more players alive.
Where are they then?
And I guess some things just never change. What's up with these teams, Johnny? Team Tamilas, Rising Esports. Clearly, these strategies did not work out. In Showdown, these strategies did not work out that well. In BMPS, and you were still utilizing the same strategy over here. Come on, some things are meant to change. You were supposed to learn from the past.
Well, and the perfect lesson for that is learn from past as well. Their run this time around in BGIS was quite nice.
Yeah, defensive monsters.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to say.
Because they lived up to their name. And as you mentioned, I think we were expecting improvements, but there are a few improvements that definitely have been made in, well, a few key teams, as we were talking about. LASTADE, Zutsu, Genesis in particular, on fire. Wyld Fangs, well, relying on raw firepower right now. Goten Sensei, Spray God, and Kahana. Goten is spotted out. One of the players from the side of Team X Esports. Was there Adi who they are shooting at?
Speaking of X Esports as well, we haven't seen that explosive performance after yesterday. In the first 2 games, X Esports was doing okay, but that 3rd game, we saw the DAR drop. And now today's game as well, X Esports, not exactly the up that we're looking for. And now X Esports just rotating out in the open. Wyld Fangs, these shots, they are really close. They're whizzing past them, but not close enough. The vehicle now spins out in the open. Both the players too exposed, and one of them actually runs away to safety. But Wyld Fangs, surrounding lines too exposed. They're getting shot at by a completely different team.
Now they realize that if they overextend towards the ridge, they are going to get taken out. So much damage dished out onto Spray God. But saving grace for Team X Esports. as now they finally have an option of bringing Monty back. The revive should come through, but on that finish feed, look at that. Vanguard taking on the players of EVOX. And EVOX is also one of those teams that's not really having a great day today. That previous game, I believe, just 3 points secured. This time as well, losing bodies to the players of Vanguard, down to their last man. And he's running for his life inside the blue.
NoNx Esports constantly losing out of men. Monty gets confirmed as well. Another man's knocked out for X. Is that player going to be back up on his feet? That's my question. Vanguard previous game, they got taken down real early. Did not even get to see that sunrise. But now in this game, Vanguard, I'm pretty sure they're going to be on the path for redemption. EVOX spotted in the front lines. Gravity does not have enough HP to try and fight. And Evil will shut him down. Genesis Esports, they've got the Fangs buried pretty deep. And they will be the one to come out on top in that duel. EVOX eliminated.
And Genesis, I mean, still a pretty clean performance. And I see the difference in strategy here from Genesis. Yesterday when we saw them on Erangel, they were playing the center. But this time they realized they're a little too far away from the center and expect threat to be everywhere. So they're playing the edges. A few shots fired towards them by the players of TWOB. Genesis still have to be cautious. Hunters, he's trying to bring his teammate back. The revive, I think it should come to fruition, and there it is, but they still need to recover their HPs. And while they see TWOB in front of them, they have to watch out for the flank as well, because that's where the players from LASTADE are.
Oh no, Zutsu. They've already dropped down and flocked. There's also pain in his life, but Zutsu, they're inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. Ash out in the open. This man's constantly firing like a firing squad. But luckily enough for 4TR, they might just make the great escape. Ash now sticking that revival on the fallen comrade. Zutsu, they've done the job. They will have enough time to actually go for that revival as well. And 4TR, if I'm not wrong, they've been picked off from the game completely. As we move on towards a different fight though, LASTADE, even they found themselves in a bit of that pickle. NoNx, now they clash against this compound. And Joyish, the only person in this compound.
Oh, look at this, LASTADE though, will they be able to make it through? Gyro God, sliver of HP, gets taken out. And Joyish, as you mentioned, last man, I believe, for the side of LASTADE, pushes forward, and NoNx Rapido just takes him for a ride. 3 finishes secured.
Solid stuff. Oh, look at that nade. That's going to be a 3-pointer. Really close. Come on, Seraph.
I thought it would trickle down like a raindrop and just wash away the players of KALINGA Esports.
I know, right? That would have been a 2-piece right there.
Yeah.
2 knocks instantly, and that would have been an instant push as well. But Seraph just gives it up. Does not want to waste another util. He does not even have a lot of ammunition if you think about it. It's just the stage 4 of the game, and I'm pretty sure later on, a lot of those shots will be taken from that high ground.
That was funny. Both the players throw nades at each other and just run away instantly.
Oh, another nade tossed out. Doing a bit of that chip damage on Pratik. This Molotov, it's precise. Should burn the man to death. Pratik is also getting shot at from the back, and that's going to be an instant confirmation. Zutsu finding that confirmation, and they're going to be feeling pretty good about it. Ash, this time, I guess he's heard me. 3 finishes racked up. He's the person with the most amount of eliminations on his team.
Yeah, we were having this conversation backstage that I think teams just perform just to prove you wrong, Necro.
I know, right?
First it was Godlike, now it's Zutsu.
First it was CK all the way back to Showdown. The moment I said that CK likes to stay at the bottom on LAN, you will see CK just pull off a 19-pointer and a big game. And then CK is just at the top of the board somehow making a big comeback.
Yeah, and then you praise them and they drop again.
Yeah, then I started praising them. And now as well, God, like I said, that push on the map of Rondo was extremely questionable. Performance is not good. They do really get instantly. But as of now, Team Tamilas. Oh, that's Prey. It did seem it was quite precise. Reaper was able to chip away some damage, and Aim God. There we go. The man in the back spotted. Wyld Fangs maybe just want to take things a little bit slow and steady. Oh, that bullet. It does scratch through. Doing a decent bit of damage. Circle as well will start to close in. So you got to be a little bit quick on the feet from the top. It's Future who dismantled Sensei. Sensei's knocked. Glimmer of hope now starting to fade away from Wyld Fangs. This is probably one of the worst possible ways to lose your teammate. And what's going on with Wyld Fangs? Why are they struggling so much?
And all of a sudden, it seems like every single fight that they try to pick today is turning out to be a nightmare for them. SprayGod, last player surviving in this match. Well, Future gets himself to safety. Kind of. Now he's on the lower ground. His teammates should be there to help him find space inside of the play zone. The only problem is that Vanguard is there in the backlines along with Rising Esports that can cause trouble. But that's the fight that I wanted to see. Genesis versus TWOB. What's going to happen there? Because Genesis, in fact, TWOB, both the squads are outside the play zone right now.
Oh, he's constantly taking damage from the blue. One more tick. Yep, the man's knocked. Rising, some things never change. Without even giving it a shot, you've been eliminated from the game. Rising Esports. What's the point of playing so passive when you're just not able to do anything? Genesis Esports, they themselves want to cross out in the safety, and they do so as well. All the players inside of their designated compounds looking pretty good, feeling pretty decent. It's not the best possible spot, but at least it is something they can work with.
I love this hill control, though, coming in from the players of the Night Mobs. The only problem is ammunition.
Yep.
Even on the AKM, just 101 rounds. But there on Beast, and now he's just tapping away, trying to see if he can chip away on that HP bar on Anuj 2OP. Down assist in the backlines, in the meanwhile, falls. And Vanguard down to the last man.
If you're someone who wants to play on top of the hill, you better get DMRs.
Yeah.
Going for the M-Force is not going to make a lot of sense because you're going to be burning through ammunition left, right, center. TWOB within the blink of an eye, eliminated from the game. Genesis Esports, they made it so quick. I was trying to wrap up my conversation, and until I did so, the team was already dead. That was close.
Genesis is doing quite well for themselves. I thought because of their bad position in the mid-game, they were going to struggle. Well, they have 5 eliminations. They've lost 1 player. Here they are, Zutsu. They have good momentum control and taking the fight against the players of Team Tamilas. They find the opening. Fox OP in the back lines, extremely low. And Flock, if he connects this nade, then Mr. IGL is going to be in trouble. Well, it's the third party from TKM that gets the elimination. Zutsu, they get a few points from that conflict. 8 eliminations now for Zutsu. Still a 4-man roster left.
Zutsu, the survival instincts now starting to kick in. They're doing a pretty good job keeping that man number. Oh, look at Lucifer just tapping away once again. Oh my god, Genesis Esports. Future this time making sure that the opponent's future, it's in dark. Genesis already lost out on the big man. Now you've only got Zap and Hunters. And Zap and Hunters, they want to play in tandem. Pushing out like Viper, it just means you're hugging your own death. And I'm sure Genesis Esports does not want to do it.
Yeah, pretty much. The buggy's also exposed, so Night Mobs will have an opportunity to take that vehicle out of commission as well. And Viper, the man who was sent up front, did he get any form of cover? Because Night Mobs were taking just free shots on him.
Yep. Look at Zareth. Oh, Genesis Esports spotted. They're going to try to biscuit. But at the same time, it's not going to be the one. The risk is too much. Genesis, they eject out in the open. They still try to fight back. They were trying to risk it for the biscuit, but they've been eliminated from the game. They wanted to get the revival on the fallen player, but that vehicle gave up in the end. And Genesis Esports had to continue their journey on foot. That's got to blow.
Did that vehicle go off, actually?
Yeah, I think it did. Look, it's smoking as well.
I think Hunters just took an early exit to try and fight it out to provide some cover fire to...
No, it blew up. Look at that. I guess it was on the verge of blowing up.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a very awkward interaction between Genesis and TKM. Well, awkward for Genesis. TKM are just grateful for those points, man. 10 eliminations for the Knights more, but finally it's time for them to come down that hill as well. Now is the real test for them.
H4K. Just 1 finish point acquired. Wyld Fangs eliminated from the game too. 6 teams alive. Night Mob is one of them. 10 finish points acquired. Man, oh man. Look at the amount of death crates the boys are looting.
Yeah.
Replenishment's already there. Ammunition count, it's going to be up as well. It's all good and dandy. All good in the hood. Look at Beast. He's got 246 rounds available. And 41 loaded in the magazine. Yeah, this man's ready to pop off. He's ready to spray down the entire lawn.
And as we saw the players of TKM a few moments ago, loot was the big sign of concern. Now they've got replenishments to work with. But I still have a feeling that it might just be Zutsu that end up securing this winner-winner chicken dinner as well. 2 more teams to deal with, 2 teams with man advantage that can take Zutsu out. KALINGA Esports and the Night Mobs. Other than that, H4K with 2, Vanguard with 1, and NoNx with 2 players can't really do much apart from maybe go for an off-time third party and just catch one of these squads with surprise.
Oh, KALINGA. BMW IGL, the man's already taken a lot of damage. Utilities tossed out. KALINGA's going to be safe. Another nade tossed real up close, and that's going to do a lot of damage. Night Mobs. They want to mob up and probably wipe out the entirety of KALINGA, but it's not going to be too easy. KALINGA, they possess a lot of experience. Be it Pasha, be it PMW IGL, Archit, Owen. Everyone has a lot of experience. And the Night Mobs, they're constantly just playing around that ridge because they know the position they've got, it's not too bad. And they've already managed to thread the needle as Owen is down. And it's once again Future, showing Owen his own future where he gets eliminated.
Let's see, I mean, can they wrap things up quickly? Because the Night Mob, they need to move towards the play zone as well. They found the opening, but the trade comes through for KALINGA Esports as the nade makes contact. Future is going to be knocked out. Lucifer still looking for a trade. They have that utility, they have those nades. Quite hesitant in just lobbing the nades towards the players of KALINGA Esports, I have to say.
Oh no, KALINGA constantly getting chipped away. Archit Pasha down low. They toss next to Archit, and that's going to blow the man to smithereens. Another nade, and that should be it for Pasha. Oh, he was not cooked to perfection. That's why both the players are still alive. More utilities tossed out, and now TKM, they're done playing it passive. They just want to move up, eliminate the opponents, eliminate the remnants as well, and that's what they do. The Night Mobs, they're here to wipe out mobs.
And the 13 eliminations now in this game. What an impressive performance. Future, he was knocked out, but he has been brought back. Night Mob, so now might face the real challenge. Zeref, he has the northern edge of the circle under control, but NoNx are blocking their way. Zutsu on the southern edge, taking on the players of H4K. This one should be easy. It's a 2 versus 4 situation, and I believe Veron has spotted Mac out.
Uh-oh, the nades. They're really scratching away that player. Still is barely standing. I'm not even sure what the game plan's going to be now. Zutsu, even they're still up in life with all the 4 men standing. 9 finish points acquired. It's not too bad. They also control a major terrain on the southern side. H4K on the left. They don't have a lot of elimination points, just 1. And now if you look at NoNx, they've managed to find at least 1 important knock against TKM. The Night Mob's in trouble, constantly getting spammed through the smoke as well. That's another knock. How does this even happen? Night Mob 2 exposed, I guess. And Zutsu, they're just constantly punishing them, peppering them down. NoNx as well, not letting go of them just like that. Even they're taking those shots. Night Mobs, just 1 weak less cover. They're trying to go for the revivals as well. Players back upon their feet. Luckily enough, Future is there once again to save the day.
Let's see. Can they recover the Night Mob? And will the endgame zone also favor them? Help them secure the chicken dinner or maybe a top 2 finish as well. On the other side of things, I think Vanguard's journey might be coming to an end as Anus2OP finds himself in a 2v1 situation against NoNx on the eastern edge of the play zone. But Zutsu, all of the attention in this game on 2 teams, TKM and Zutsu. And Zutsu just get distracted by TKM on the flank. They need to remember that H4K are their closest opponents. Alright, 2 players, I believe, from the side of Zutsu are out of utils, which can be concerning in the endgame.
Look at Vanguard on his 2OP. Slowly and steadily squeezing himself in. Let's see if that's going to be working out or not. Vanguard, the previous game, they were the first one to be eliminated. And now they're surviving in the late game as well. The open field's quite big still. and it can contain a lot of teams. Look at TKM constantly peeking out, getting the value as well. But TKM, all the players just stacked up behind that one single piece of cover, which is not a good thing at all. Mac knocked out, Zutsu going for that revival. H4K, they're getting wrapped up from the back. And Veron, he spots that glimmer, and that's going to be the story put to an end. H4K eliminated from this game too. NoNx, he strikes against the boys of NoNx, and NoNx squeezes out the maximum value. He's there for Vanguard, collecting those elimination points constantly. The fight's not done yet though. Now it's down to a 1v1. NoNx versus Fame. But Fame wants to back away first. NoNx's utilities, they have been extremely precise. Fame's utilities, we haven't seen a proper prowess of that yet. Another nade tossed out. This might just be right next to NoNx, and it was. Does a lot of damage. The Blue's on the move. The man's going to be forced out of his comfort zone. What can NoNx do?
I don't think he can do a lot over here, but neither can TKM. The players are just falling to the blue zone. Stage 9, the damage is a lot. And TKM forgot about the fact that this is going to be the zone collapse. Fame versus NoNx to decide who finishes third, who finishes second, and Zutsu for sure are taking a back-to-back chicken dinner. A big win on the map of Erangel. And now they have conquered Miramar as well. The question is, do they end with 12, 13 or 14 eliminations?
Yeah, Zutsu constantly just tossing out utilities. On the verge of securing this game as well. 12 finishes already racked up. Now searching for the 13th. NoNx in that smoke. He's getting spammed through. The man could not do anything. Zutsu with a 23-pointer chicken dinner. That's a massive performance. And this is what they were searching for. With this sort of a game, now there will be a big contrast in the overall standings.
Yeah, there will be definitely. I think Zutsu, they have caught up to Genesis, and not just that, they might have toppled over Genesis Esports as well. Because I think the point difference before this game was under 20 points. And luckily for Zutsu Esports, Genesis got taken out super early in this game.
True, Genesis Esports was not alive for too long. Even TKM, I personally thought they could have played that a lot better. TKM should have pushed up, I think, and maybe used the vehicles a little bit better, but TKM messed up big time. They wanted to play around that ridge. They thought that position will be inside of the circle, but the zone shifted away from them.
That and the fact that when Zutsu is distracted, you take them out. Take the team with the man advantage, dwindle their numbers down, but the distraction was what caused their demise. H4K, they went after H4K for that 1 point. They sacrificed like 2 players.
But I'm pretty sure TKM's going to be more than happy with the amount of points they got. A lot of elimination points. And also, they managed to squeeze themselves in the top 3. So that's not bad at all. TKM still gets away with a lot of points. Zutsu in the final few moments, they knew it's just 2 individuals alive. They straight up just made that pounce. Third party this entire fight. NoNx inside of the smoke. He was able to find a few positive traits, but that's still not going to make a lot of difference.
But a brilliant performance also from Vanguard, as you mentioned. NoNx surviving till the second, and NoNx as well in the top 3 was impressive. But we have the stats for the team with the winner chicken dinner. Zutsu and Veron, Flock, incredible performance from these two. Nordi, I think we have seen better performance from him in the past, in last year as well. But hey, you were talking about Ash. This time he gets 3 eliminations to his name, close to what Veron and Flock were.
I know, right? Ash definitely stepped up massive, especially in that one scenario where Zutsu was stuck in that ditch.
Oh, yeah.
And Ash was the only person standing. He was constantly firing on all cylinders and actually connecting those shots as well. He was able to get 1 or 2 knocks over there. And I guess that was one of the main reasons why Zutsu was able to secure that chicken dinner later on as well. Because he was the one who saved the day for his team. Now, moving the conversation on towards Flock. Once again, consistency's right there. The entirety of Zutsu, they've got a proper combination of players, and every single time whenever they win a game, you will see the elimination points well distributed now.
Exactly. I think this team is similar to Genesis in that fact that the roster is just perfect to work together, and it's just about polishing out their plays and seeing how far they can take it in their journey in the grind. But apart from that, a few big names did take a tumble in this match. KALINGA Esports, they got taken out super early. We did not see Wyld Fangs for a long time. Both of us were surprised. They just disappeared.
Yeah, for some reason it feels like Wyld Fangs' firepower is not working out. Their brains are not working as well. Sense is getting caught off guard in one of the worst possible ways. But hey, we'll continue the conversation after this short break. welcome back after that short break, and now it's IC with me on the panel. And IC, me and Johnny were having this discussion. Of course, we did see Wyld Fangs as well for a little bit in that game, but Wyld Fangs' firepower today, it's not working out the same way it did yesterday.
Hey, you know, I kind of had this very interesting talk here before the show began as well. I wanted to pay attention to this TKM, the Night Mobs, where they somehow survived the initial drop clash and see how they were performing. And guess what? They did pretty well in that game as well because high volume of finishes. Not the greatest of position, but still, nevertheless, you still have to give credit where credit is due. They got finish points, could not convert those games, but Zutsu, back-to-back chicken dinners. Wow.
Yeah, Zutsu, of course, that's quite massive. And as I mentioned, now in the overall standings, you will see a clear contrast. But hey, something that's going to give you a bit of that edge in the games as well. It's going to be this beautiful, stunning-looking skin. That's going to be the Frozen Flora set, which is already available inside of the game. So hop in the game and try and get your hands on this beautiful set. But back towards the conversation, right, we're having. As you mentioned, Night Mobs, of course, a lot of elimination points, decent bit of placement points as well. They were able to place themselves in quite an okay spot. But as I mentioned, I had a lot of personal expectations from Wyld Fangs. What's happening with them, IC? Talk to me.
I don't know, man. Like, I personally felt like Wyld Fangs, they have been relying on their gunpowder for quite some time. But based on the two zones that has happened in Erangel and Miramar, it was just awkward positions for Wyld Fangs, right? They could not take fights individually. They're always in situations where they're getting pincered from multiple angles, which results in them getting taken out. But yeah, as soon as I say it as well, TKM, they are going to be one of the MVPs as well, Futures being the star in that match. Joined with him is going to be Zutsu. We have Flock, we have Wayron from Zutsu as well, and we also have Reaper from Team Tamilas, who, again, Team Tamilas, very consistent in 2 games in a row.
I know, right? Team Tamilas, they're getting the bare minimum, they're getting the average points, but when are we going to see that explosive Team Tamilas that we've been longing for since 2023? We haven't seen that proper Team Tamilas yet. And then you've also got Future coming through from the Night Mobs, and to be honest, Future has been the main savior for Night Mobs. There was an instance where 3 players were knocked out, and Future was the only man standing. He saved the day for them. He was constantly finding good openings as well for the Night Mobs. Point standings on the screen, Zutsu getting 23 points, the Night Mobs getting 18. Vanguard, the previous game, they were eliminated off the rip, but now in this game, they get 13.
Now, speaking of the performance here, I would say TKM has one of the biggest improvement here. We've seen moments of brilliance coming from yesterday as well. They've won all their draft clashes in particular with multiple teams. But, of course, now being able to survive and giving them a little bit of spot here, TKM now is being shot up into the 6th position with 33 points, which is a great start for them. But Zutsu, with these 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, puts themselves into the #1 spot right now, tying it with Genesis. And again, you asked about the questions on what happened to Wyld Fangs. What happened to Genesis as well?
Yeah, I mean, Genesis Esports, they've been dropping the ball since the past 2 games, right? Not able to have even a decent performance. That's not the exact Genesis Esports that we came to see today. But to be honest, now if you look at the first and the second placing team, and then if you look at the third placing team, there's already a bit of that gap between the spots, which is not a good thing for the rest of the board. We are still fighting for that top 8, and as long as the overall standings are going to be close, it should be okay. But if there is a clear contrast, it will be quite problematic for the teams on the latter half of the board.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, a total of 24 matches will be played between the groups themselves. And for Group B, being in the top 8 is going to be the goal. Being #1 doesn't really mean anything, but retaining yourselves into as a top 8 is going to be the goal, at least for them as well. Because we've seen, especially coming from Group C and D, I think TWOB official was the ones as well that had a great start in the first 6 games, and then after it just took a little bit tumble and then went into the bottom 8. So I'm sorry, TWOB official, you guys started strong, but you guys could not cross the finish line. But still, all things considered, 64 teams invited in these 4 groups. None of them will get eliminated yet.
Yeah, luckily enough, no one gets eliminated. It's just the round-based placement that they're fighting for. They're fighting for a better slot towards the main event. But back towards the conversation of the overall standings once again, right? We also did see NoNx Esports do pretty good on that first game at Rondo, but we haven't really seen that proper replication of that same performance later on.
Yeah, we saw a lot of adaptations coming from today as well. Erangel in particular as well. I think Team Tamilas was one of the biggest ones that kind of surprised me as well. They were able to get positions that gave them a little bit of favorable situations, even though it looked very risky. But I hope it's going to convert a little bit better in this last final game.
Hey, you know what? The question still remains. Will they convert or not? Let's find out in this game. The plane in the skies once again on the deserty lands, but this time for the last time, since it's going to be the final game of the day. And the question still remains, will we see a bit of those adaptations once again from the teams on the latter half of the board, or will they continue the same strategy, which really hasn't been working out that well? There's still a few names like TWOB, Rising Esports, and a few known names stuck on the latter half of the board, but the time's running. They still do have decent bit of games left over, but it's better to just make the comeback as soon as possible so you will not have the sword on top of your necks.
Well, hopefully, but seems to me as well. Let's talk about the potential statistics as well in terms of overall play style. We talk about Team Alpha a lot. Back between Group C and D, Team Alpha was the team with Punisher in it, where they were always dominating in Miramar as well, especially coming from last year, and even in the previous groups as well, they were the ones that dominated a majority of the games inside Team Alpha. And currently, TKM is currently in that situation as well. And I feel like if they are able to maintain the consistency, TKM does have a fair shot in this game, considering that they survived the initial drop clash, which hasn't happened so far, at least for today itself. I may have spoke too soon, but we shall see.
No, speaking of drop clash, we've got one towards Picado once again. SINEWY versus 4TR. In that drop clash, the last time we saw 4TR, they were the one to come out on top. And now this time, SINEWY. We can see 3 players on the screen, 1 man a little bit separated in the back lines. And I guess this separation makes a lot of sense too. Both the teams dropping down in individual red apartments. Who do you think IC is going to win this one?
I don't know, man. This rivalry is just going out of hand as well. We saw Revenant Xbox versus Vasista Esports for the longest of time during the previous groups, but now this time, it is going to be 4TR official versus SINEWY. And this time, 4TR, can they survive this is going to be the question. But hold that thought for now. Let's take a look at a little bit of on the outskirts here. We do see EVOX caught out in the open as well. Spray God going to be giving chase. Spy needs to make a run for his life when he doesn't. And that's going to be Spray God taking one out from EVOX.
Third time's the charm. Ran him over the third time when he tried. And Spy's down. Ex-member of Los Hermanos, by the way. Confirmation follows up as well. So for Spray God, that's a decent start. For the entirety of Wyld Fangs, the day has been a little bit lackluster.
You know what? I can't wait. When SINEWY, 4TR official, Vasista Esports, and Revenant Xbox meets in the same lobby, what happens?
I don't think they're going to be dropping over here. I don't think all the 4 teams will be dropping over here. Vasista Esports and Revenant Xbox will be dropping, but SINEWY and 4TR will switch. 100%.
Only time will tell when it actually happens during the round stages.
Because SINEWY, to be honest, they are one of those teams that also knows when to apply brakes. And they will apply that brake when they know their head's on the swivel. For 4TR, yes, they do have that firepower. Pain is Life, Morty. These 2 players have always been there in the front line, securing the points. Especially Pain is Life. He's always there as a savior. The previous game as well, the man was able to squeeze out the maximum value. And now 4TR, this time a little bit more on the passive side of the spectrum. The previous game, they found the first knock instantly. But now finding it, it's a little bit tough. SINEWY's not going to make that same mistake.
Oh, seems like it's going to be a passive approach here between those 2 teams. But let's take a look at the circle here. Seems like it is going to shift to the southwest corner and towards Chumacera. Zutsu is in the city themselves. Going to be very happy with that in terms of their overall rotation. TWOB also going to be very happy as well. Smooth sailing for them, knowing that Zutsu will not push them. NoNx might not even push them as well based on the zone. So they will have easy entry points and access for control. Teams on the outside here, especially for Team Tamilas, Wyld Fangs, and even Vanguard, they are going to have a very, very rough entry point just because the directions they are coming from is going to be very, very far. Meanwhile, we do see already 4TR official losing a body, and that's going to be Shoop getting taken out by SINEWY.
4TR. In his life, right next to his boys. Ninja as well around the spectrum. And this fray, it seems really confusing. Still that man from Pain is Life. He knows. Ninja opened that door. That's why you instantly saw him pop up as well. This time 4TR as well is playing so defensive. Both the teams just wasting their own time. They can prioritize this time looting and positioning themselves a little bit better inside of the circle. But instead, they're just waiting for each other to make a move.
Well, it seems like Ninja and also Reboy, they do have nades here. Seems like they are going to be looking up looting up a little bit more before they go for the push here. May consider disengaging as well. One of the players actually flanked on towards the stadium as well. So that means 4TR official, their entire exit strategy is pretty much out the window. And speaking of exit strategies as well, teams are slowly rotating inside the zone. LASTADE Esports has already making their way into the zone, and they are about to hear all these commotions coming from Picado as well. So the moment you hear gunshots and also knocks, LASTADE may look to try and third-party this as well. We've seen this happen in Group C and D between RECKONING Esports and Zutsu Esports. I don't want to see this happen between 4TR official and SINEWY, but regardless of whatever situation, both those teams, they are in it for a very, very rough start, or maybe even the mid-game here, considering how long this is taking between both those teams.
Yeah, it's taken too long, burning through too much time, burning through a lot of potential. And luckily enough for them, they're inside of the circle. So this standoff might just keep on going on for a long time. My question is, either one of them, will they back away? I do believe that there is an easy chance of backing away if they want from the opposite sides, but that also means that you're going to be compensating on loot, which is, I'm pretty sure, something they do not really want to compensate on. But as of now, you've got EVOX taking a fight against LASTADE, and EVOX, they've already found a positive trade, as one of the big men from the side of LASTADE gets knocked out. But it's fine. The trade instantly happens as well, as Evil gets taken down as well.
Yeah, they lost Spy as well. You can see EVOX, they don't really want to commit to this fight rather early. And right from the get-go, LASTADE, they find themselves a very, very easy pick here. They get a couple trades, but unfortunately for EVOX, it's done for. But oh, as soon as I say this, never mind this. Kalan from the far was able to get a cheeky knock here. LASTADE, they may actually back off from this fight. Shadow going to be looking for the save here. Can he do so is going to be the question as well. Gyro God spots this out. And LASTADE Esports, do they know that it is only a 3-man army? Is going to be the question. Shadow dropping those nades. He's going to try and provide cover fire for Evo to try and scooch their way in. This is going to be very close. Joyish with the nades. He's going to try and confirm onto his Evo. Tags him up pretty low. He's going to be down very, very low. And is now forced to go in for the resurrection or revive here. And now this nade will get the confirmation though. Feels bad, but Shadow will be able to secure Evo's loot, and he now needs to back off instead. Joyish with another nade. Barely clips Shadow. Very close, but Shadow now has to make a run for it as well. He's a little bit low in terms of health. Doesn't want to go out yet, but seems like 4TR official finally the fight breaks down. As it's going to be SINEWY that pushes through, and they find another one, and that's going to be paying his life to get then taken out.
Yeah, SINEWY catching him taking a nap. 4TR, 2 players now in SINEWY's building, and SINEWY entirely in 4TR's building. Man advantage with the boys of SINEWY too, so that's a really good thing. Fight down to a 2-on-4. Morian Z-God, the only player standing. I'm not sure Z-God how well is going to be able to hold that stance down, but SINEWY, since they've got the man advantage, you might as well just make the push and hope for the best. But SINEWY is still playing it pretty passive. Once again, waiting for 4TR to make that first move, but I don't think 4TR is going to be doing so. They have been playing it pretty passive throughout. Even on the opposite side, once again, Shadow gets knocked out from EVOX, and he also gets confirmed. Now EVOX is down to just 1 man, and that's going to be Colin in the back. Problems after problems for all these teams. 4TR's in a major problem. LASTADE wasn't a problem. EVOX is in a hell of a problem.
Well, speaking of problems here, guess what? The circle shifts back up north. Every single team needs to make a mad dash towards them. And inside Picado, they are barely in the edge of the zone, so this fight can actually stall a little bit more. But based on how much gunshots has been made as well, a lot of teams has heard all this. They may look to try and third party.
Oh my god.
But March, he finds the third knock here for the side of SINEWY. 4TR down towards the last man, and that's going to be Z-God against the wall. He finds the first trade here, but it's all by himself.
That's the big boy down. 4TR still alive and cooking inside of the race. What is Z-God doing? He catches a big whiff of that shotgun. And now Z-God softened up extremely low, and that's going to be just a W from the side of SINEWY. Also shooting the dead bodies a little bit, making sure that 4TR is going to be staying down for the upcoming games as well. Team X Esports, even they start to engulf and also inflict a lot of pain. There's H4K in the front lines, and X Esports, they've got a big advantage. Monty with this nade cooking up in his hands, needs to find the connection. Rage God not exactly next to Monty yet. Utilities from both the sides extremely off the mark.
Yeah, at the same time as well, they are still outside the zone. They have to go in for the wrap round as well. Monty pushes up, walks into the nade, gets naded through. Now Rage God holds down the fort, but gets picked off instead. Pratik was able to save the day. They will get the reset here from the side of Team Xbox. And of course, Team X Esports, they will be able to actually push through. Seems like this is going to be an easy entry point for the zone.
Wyld Fangs and EVOX. Kalin, what a way to start the fight off. Going down and dusted. Instantly gets a fresh magazine as well. Kalin with just 5 shells in the shotgun. And what was that Molotov from his own teammate? He just mauled his own teammate in that room. There was a potential chance that Kalin would have been shut down if the Molotov wasn't there. But Wyld Fangs, the coordination, it seems a little bit off. Godin, the big man, was taken down off the rip, and now Kalin left in a situation of 1v3 to try and clutch it out. Utilities, they've got to be on the point. The door, it still wasn't opened up. Kalin is cooking another nade, and he's just waiting for the right instance. Another nade tossed up, but it's not going to do anything. Wyld Fangs now finally breaking a sweat as they try to make it out. Kalin, he wants to climb up, take the high ground above the players of Wyld Fangs, and this might just actually work out as well, but no! There were 2 players in the front. What was that play from Kalin?
Yeah, he tried. There was only so much he could have done, but EVOX will be eliminated in this game. Wyld Fangs picks themselves up some points, but they've lost goal 10 in the process. But speaking of which here, they are right at the edge of the zone. They're not exactly in zone at all. Sensei was a little bit too far off as he tries to find space inside the zone. And guess what? The circle forces them out in the open as well. And this is going to be a tricky circle to play with. Divided between the north and the south. NoNx is going to be on the open grounds on the compounds on the north side, which again, it is going to be no man's land for the teams outside in the north here. So majority of teams may look to try and find sanctuary on the south side mountains instead in this circle. Or maybe even Monte Nuevo compounds, which again, it is pretty much occupied by RIE.
Yeah, Rising, they do have a bit of that split, but the circle is constantly shifting away from them. And Rising is one of those teams that likes to play it from the zone itself, that likes to be in the centric part. But if they're not in the centric part, it's going to be a major problem. And right now, they're not. They're in Montenuevo on the edge. Zutsu Esports spotting out Wyld Fangs. Those shots close enough, but not close. Not exactly close enough to get the knocks.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but fortunately for Sensei, he was able to get out of safety here. His teammates a little bit too far off. But guess what? Genesis now pushing from the north side. Kalinga losing 1 player right from the get-go. Hunters needs to go in for the reset. Viper is going to try and draw aggro in front here. He's trying to pressure his way through. And PMWI gets caught up from the sides. Viper looking for another big clutch as well. Kalinga losing 3 right off the bat. And Owen, last player left from the side of Kalinga. And even then, he will fall. Genesis Esports with a very clean 4-man takedown.
That's a pretty much clean sweep from Genesis Esports. And that too, shutting down a team like KALINGA Esports is not an easy job. Wyld Fangs at the far fray, shots were taken around the horizon. LASTADE Esports, Joyish, this man is constantly mowing down the lawns. But Wyld Fangs is going to be safe. And the position that they've got, it's filled with a lot of risk. On the southern side, there's teams like Zutsu Esports, Vanguard, NoNx Esports, LASTADE Esports. They're surrounded by 4 teams. It's not a good place to be in. But Wyld Fangs now just moving a little bit closer to the boys of Zutsu. There's Sensei pinned all the way in the back, and Ash, he wants to find that first knock. But Wyld Fangs, they are pushed a little bit on the defensive side.
Yeah, Sensei is a little bit far off. It's outside the zone as well. Wyld Fangs is looking to try and find an entry point, and Zutsu is making sure they do not push into them, which is buying some time. But eventually, as long as Wyld Fangs doesn't get a knock, they can't really push through. Nice counter nade from Zutsu, but it is enough to scare him off as he tries to reposition for better control inside the zone. So Zutsu, it will go for a little bit off angle, but Wyld Fangs, they did spot out potentially another team on the other side, Vanguard, on the far west on the horizon. Don't think he realizes it, but Wyld Fangs, they're in for a lot of trouble. Going from the front, they will have Zutsu. Going from the east, they will have LASTADE. Going from the west, well, you are going to be shot from every single angle based on this minimap. So Wyld Fangs not really having a lot of options to work with, and the circle shifts up north. Rising Esports having a majority of Monte Nuevo for themselves. It seems like we are going to be seeing that 4 crossroads circle as it slowly shifts up to the northwest corner.
DKM, Genesis, and Rising, they've got a good spot, but now Team Tamilas stuck in probably one of the worst. Outside of the circle, there's a team that made the pounce against them. That's NoNx Esports. And NoNx Esports, they themselves are taking a lot of damage, but at the same time, even Team Tamilas is hurt. Mr. IGL, that's the big man down. And just like that, X Esports has been eliminated from the game as well. For a moment, I thought maybe Team Tamilas will be hurt even more, but that's not the case.
Oh boy. Tricky situation to be in. But you can see the panic is being set across the board as well. Everyone trying to push inside the zone. Wyld Fangs still hasn't been able to find an angle. Sensei tried to scout things out on the west side and realizes that, oh my goodness, that's the entire roster of Vanguard right there. Decides to back off and find a different entry point. And I think he may have spotted out Zutsu already rotating inside the zone, so he might be able to find some sort of space. But Vanguard, they are going to be pushing through directly in the zone, uncontested so far. They're going to be A-OK. Trailing behind them is going to be Wyld Fangs. We have Spray God and also Kanha looking in that direction. Shots being fired. Sensei also going to be taking jobs in onto Zutsu. Gets spotted out from the far horizon. And again, Sensei doesn't seem to be able to find space at all. The zone is just constantly running away from Wyld Fangs in this game.
Spray God spotting out LASTADE. And LASTADE, they just want to make that rotate. Move away from this spot. Evacuate it. Oh, there we go. Spotted. All the players ejecting out. Shots are taken. But Spray God himself wasn't able to find a lot. Just one dink. Which is okay. Not too bad.
It's a little bit unfortunate as well. If those two guys shooting there, probably they would have gotten a knock, but sucks to be them. Meanwhile, TWOB, they trying to go in for the push. They run into Zutsu. They lose one. And now Ash trying to defend against this, but he is getting shot from everyone from outside. He has to clutch this as well. Pre-fires are coming in. Does clip him off, but nope, does not have enough ammunition. Inferno eventually goes down to the fire from Flock. So Zutsu Esports, they were able to hold on, but now they need to pick up Ash.
Zutsu Esports.
Oh,
look at
oh
Flock.
no.
Peeked out for a second, and the man literally saw heaven. He's knocked out. There's Ash and Flock. Put out of commission. Zutsu needs to close up, especially Veyron, and hope for the best. I'm not even sure where NoNx is actually spamming through. I'm not even sure what they're trying to do, but they're just trying to put that vehicle out of commission. Tapping away onto that, making sure that vehicle's not going to be utilized in the front. 21 bullets in that Mini 14. They've got a lot of ammunition in the spare as well. So NoNx, they can be an instant firing squad and keep on spraying down the foes.
Yeah, they're just pressuring everybody right now. And NoNx is definitely not the biggest raid boss in this circle, but they do have a very strategic position to punish people, which is great. But now from the east side here, we do SINEWY. They have to push through. And guess what? In the nooks and crannies, they find Team Tamilas. They collide onto them. They find IGL. They find one. They find two. And they find all three from Team Tamilas now. SINEWY finally makes the exit. They make the pounds. They take down 3. But at what cost? The third party comes in, and that's going to be TKM comes through.
It's the Knights mobbing in. And SINEWY, they're now down to just Ninja. Can the Ninja stand off against the Knights? And Ninja's going for that revival towards Ninju. Both the Ninjus will be back up. That would be a really good thing for the opponents, but the Night Mobs, once again, this high ground they've got, they want to squeeze out the maximum value just like the previous game. But you can't do it every time. Not every day's Christmas. The Night Mobs spotting out the players of Genesis in the back. Genesis, look at that split they've got. They control so much of that northern terrain. They've got so much visual coverage.
Yeah, this is going to be potentially another masterclass coming from Genesis in the making. But at the same time, Circle is going to force TKM to re-rotate in. They've left Lucifer behind on the high ground to keep H4K and SINEWY in check. This is going to be a sacrificial peace play coming from TKM. But it's going to be worth it here to clear out the teams on the east side. Even Genesis Esports is going to be helping out TKM to take jab from the SINEWY. SINEWY, they're running out of options here as well. Hunters just has the perfect line of sight to completely demolish them from the east side. And as long as Hunters doesn't get taken down, he should be fine.
Genesis Esports, they seem like they're the dominant one. Rising Esports, all the 4 players next to each other this time, playing it a little bit passive. Wyld Fangs making that rotate inside the circle. They are desperate to find a good spot. Kana and Spray God right next to each other. Kana, the man softened up. Spray God as well. Out in the open. Not the best possible spot, but it is something they need to work with. LASTADE Esports, all the boys out in the open once again. Utilities tossed out from NoNx, but they're not close enough. Another nade tossed out, hoping that this one's going to find the knock. But even that one's going to miss. And the players are just going to be on the run. LASTADE Esports knows this position is filled with a lot of risk. It's better to just back away.
Yeah, but at the same time, they run into a Zutsu now. They've lost 2 from out of nowhere. NoNx was able to spray him down. Last player here, GyroGod, has to face the front of Zutsu Esports. Even then, Zutsu, you can see Veyron is just a little bit hesitant to try and go in for the push, knowing that outside there are a lot of teams looking in. Veyron, oh, he was able to bait him out in the open as well. And Flock was able to trade him off his position,
so
exposing LASTADE.
That was so brilliant. The man tosses the nade to force the man out of his comfort zone. And then he gives the call out to his teammate to finish him off. Brilliant step from Zutsu. Zutsu, they also cover quite a decent spot. It's not the best, but it is something they can work with pretty well. SINEWY Esports still up and alive in the game. They've got the warehouse to play with. NoNx Fame has got him locked on the sights. Shots are taken against Ninja, but the man barely fades away in the cover. They're also getting shot at by the boys of Genesis Esports, and Ninja gets knocked out once again. Problems after problems now starting to stack up on top of each other as Zutsu, they also want to take a bit of that dig against the players of NoNx.
Yeah, there's just so many things happen as well, but SINEWY, they're pretty much stuck outside the zone. Nothing much they can do. As you can see, they need to run out of it as well. Genesis still setting their targets onto SINEWY. There's no way in here for SINEWY, as Ninju has to play for some sort of placement points outside the zone. But stage 6, it is going to hurt. And the Mets are chipping very quickly as well. Ninju is eventually going to go down. Genesis is not going to get anything out of this. He's just metting his way through. Look at this. There's so many teams. NoNx is looking. Even if the Genesis is not looking, everyone is looking for those points here. Hunters, all he needs is just one tap. He will get the point. And it's not him. It's going to be Fahmy from NoNx that takes it instead.
Yeah.
It was bad.
SINEWY Esports down and out with 7 finishes. And no placement points, by the way. They were the 9th team. So just 7 points out of this one. It's not a lot of points. SINEWY Esports, once again, another flop day. NoNx, that's a major spread they're working with. Spray God, he's trying to create a bit of that tension between the boys. NoNx, oh, that nade from Reaper. It's actually going to find the knock as well. Team Tamilas' Reaper, this man is just like a snake. He tosses another nade, and that's going to be the death blow delivered. There is Fame to save the day, but it's a bit too late. He cannot save the day for his own teammates. Both were confirmed.
Yeah, Reaper literally spoiled the game here for NoNx, and now Fame tries to make a run for it as well. Zutsu gets an easy spray down, and that's going to be the confirmation as well. As it's going to be up for grabs, Fame. Oh no, it was stolen away from Vanguard. Dreams takes the point instead. As Genesis now going to be playing for the north side. Zutsu Esports still holding the compounds on the south side. And it is going to be a battle for out in the open. And guess who is in the middle of it all? Wyld Fangs. Sensei has got them there. But at what cost? Only 2 players remaining. Now it's all about positions. It's all about timings. And now Genesis Esports picks through. Sees Spray God out in the open from the north side. Takes a couple shots in. No knocks yet. But he himself getting shot from afar as Rising Esports. Well, Beard Baba down to his last 6 bullets on the drop weapon. Wow, that's a ballsy play there.
Yeah, it's the AMR.
Like, long-range AMR, really?
Yeah, AMR is supposed to be used long range. It's a sniper.
Okay.
Yeah. He is going to be at least connecting one shot. And all it takes is that one bullet to really mess up the opponent. You don't usually get a lot of bullets, a lot of shots with this sniper.
Yeah.
Needs to make the most out of it.
Is he going to connect one shot?
He will. The crazy part about this AMR is that there's no bullet lead.
Oof.
You can literally just aim and shoot, and the man will be dead.
That is insane. But speaking of which here, 7 teams remaining. Genesis Esports, they still have somewhat of a high ground to work with. They know exactly where every single team is. And now Hunters is going to try to smoke up to sneak up into his TKM. Nades are coming in, hoping to get a little bit of a lucky knock. No connections so far. He's still raiding his way, but it seems like the nades fell a little bit short here. Needs to reach it a little bit closer, but now he was blinded. And he was picked off from his Zeref. A little bit of a blind spot from the ADS.
I'm not even sure what the man was doing. Genesis Esports playing too exposed. You got to be a little bit more careful. Got to put on the leash, know when to apply the brakes. Zutsu taking a fight against Vanguard. And Vanguard now is possessing a lot of threat as well. Utilities, they're of course doing a lot of damage against Vanguard as Dionysus, the man's taken down low. Another nade, that's going to find a confirmed knock. Dionysus down low once again. There's a nade right next to Dionysus. If that would have blown up right there, the man would have been knocked out as well. And that would have been it for Vanguard. Flaw cooking another nade. Tosses out in that generic direction. And once again, that's going to be Dionysus down to Vanguard. They won't be surviving for too long this rate.
It's going to be unlucky here for them. For Vanguard, only Anuj 2 OP pretty much left alive. He's pretty much spread off from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, TKM, the initial engagement with Genesis is not concluded yet. Future is down, and Genesis, they are looking to try and push this as well. They're trying to find him and pinpoint him, and here comes the jump. Doesn't connect, and yes, the second car will ram it towards them. And that's going to be the full confirmation onto his TKM as Genesis picks up all those points.
They do pick up all those points, but now they also need to deal with the players of Rising Esports. And there is a man from Rising Esports who possesses the AMR. One-shot connection on this buggy and it will be blown up. Be careful. Oh my god, the utilities. Nade's tossed out once again. Rising Esports need to be a little bit more cautious. 2 shots from that AMR and the vehicle can be blown up. Genesis Esports spamming in the smoke as well. Zutsu trying to stabilize a little bit. Do they know that there's Anuj 2 OP right next to him? They should have a little bit of that glimmer since they were able to knock out that player from Vanguard. But there we go. Viper, he falls down too. What a knock that was. Zutsu able to thread that needle. Viper getting a reality check. Genesis Esports, they need to get the revival.
Yeah, Viper, he tried to be very suppressive, but just could not do so. Now, Rising Esports, they found the opener. They are going to try and push up as well. They got the initial knock on top. Zap is able to find Flock on the sides instead. Genesis definitely putting a very, very good fight against Rising Esports, not making it easy for them. Gravity gets spotted out, getting chipped down pretty down low, needs to reset, but eventually gets picked off. Dragon OP takes him out, and now the counter needs to look for the confirmation. Zap is all by himself now. Needs to play the numbers game, but Rising Esports says, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's look at somebody else. But Wyld Fangs, they finally peek out as well. They've been sitting down in the center for the longest of time, and this time, they find an off angle onto a Zutsu.
Spray God. Constantly lobbying those nades. Genesis Esports is not going to stay alive for too long. Beard Baba down, and just like that, even Genesis Esports gets wrapped up in a sheet. They've been eliminated from this game. Wyld Fangs, the fact that they're still alive with just a 2-man squad is insane. Spray God's knocked out. Kana needs to get that revival. You've got Zutsu approaching Kana all by himself. Nade being cooked. Kana, if he's able to toss that nade, that would be really nice, but he wasn't allowed. Zutsu pretty hyper-aggressive as they shut down Kana as well.
Now, Zutsu, the remaining last player here, is going to be Nodi. Rising Esports looking for the winner chicken dinner from all the way from the city of Monte Nuevo. The circle shifts back close towards them as well. Not a lot of rotations to work with. Nodi finds the first knock, but he's surrounded. Everyone is looking at him, and he's going to get surrounded and completely gobbled up. And Rising Esports will be the ones to take the winner chicken dinner. A very, very circle-oriented circle in favor of Rising Esports.
That's how Rising Esports likes to play. That's how Rising Esports has been playing since the past couple of years as well. They are pretty reliant on the circle itself, and that's why I'm not really a big fan of that playstyle myself. Because Rising Esports, even after that chicken dinner, they were supposed to dominate it, but they only got 5 elimination points. That means it's just going to be 15 points in the overall standings. That's not going to be big of a catapult, but Rising Esports now will be in the top 8.
You know, the ones that has been making waves in that game here was none other than Genesis Esports and Zutsu as well. This were the 2 major factors that just completely shut down every team that came in from the east and the south side because they were exposed in multiple angles. Yeah, we can see that Genesis Esports, they got a little bit greedy in certain approach, especially coming from Hunters. But even then, they gave everyone a fight for their money. But they were able to rack up some serious points as well. But we have to give credit towards Wyld Fangs as well, because Sensei, they were struggling to find an entry point for the south side here, but somehow was able to get them in towards this final endgame circle, which again, gave them some points and some position points, but based on their circumstances, I think that was a very, very good attempt coming from them.
Still, the question remains, though. Genesis Esports is one of those teams that is more than capable enough to close off that game. but they still messed up because of some of the individual mistakes that they made in the fights. A few of those players were overcommitting some of the angles, and that's why they were getting picked off either by the boys of Rising Esports or either by Zutsu Esports. So I feel like Genesis Esports needs to work on that a little bit more. They need to be more cautious, and they need to apply breaks. They need to know when they need to be on the back step. Speaking of Zutsu, today has been the best day for them since they managed to secure back-to-back chicken dinners, and now even a decent performance once again.
It's nice to see Zutsu kind of back in action as well, because they were playing in the previous roster of Infinix Esports mixed with Flock coming from CK as well. A little bit of a mix of both.
Yeah.
They had that dominating presence, but when it came to the LAN finals or even the semi-finals as well, to actually qualify to the BMSD, didn't really work out for them. So it's just a very awkward run for them. But to see them build out this confidence again, I'm like, oh, okay. This is a team you can actually root for again.
Yeah, even Team Tamilas' expectations were there from them, but Team Tamilas, they were able to squeeze in a few elimination points, if I'm not wrong. There was one of the fights where Team Tamilas did come out on top, but after that, we did not see them for too long in that game. Move the conversation on towards H4K as well. H4K is one of those banners that has been the dark horses for a long time, and they have been constantly failing it to make it to the LAN finals. But now, the way they have been playing, it's really questioning me.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a question mark here, but it's still the early in the season here. It's still the group stages. It's still a lot of time for them to practice. But let's talk about the MVP from the match. Flock has been on point with his refrags for multiple times here. He is going to be the MVP from the match here with 5 finishes and 591 damage. Spray God is going to be the second one here with 4 finishes. However, he does have 879 damage here. So Wyld Fangs, despite having a very rough start, Spray God was able to find 4 finishes inside the final endgame zone, which is very nice. Fame coming from NoNx as well is going to be part of the fray. But let's take a look at the overall standings and how things happen. Rising Esports is going to be the ones that gets the winner chicken dinner with 15 points, but Zutsu is going to tie that in this match.
It's crazy. Today's day has been humongous for Zutsu. The amount of points they got in the overall standings, now they're going to be running away with that lead. But Genesis Esports as well, getting these 11 points, it's going to keep them closely contested with Zutsu. NoNx for them, they had a solid positioning. They were also getting those elimination points, but they only managed to acquire 12 points in total based off of the placement as well. Team Tamilas getting 7 points. They have managed to achieve the average, but the average is not going to be enough, especially when your foes like Genesis Esports and Zutsu, they're constantly getting big games.
Yeah, they are just running away with the points right now here. Team Tamilas is going to be sitting on 3rd place here with 44 points. Wyld Fangs, despite that valiant of effort there, pushes themselves in towards the top 4 with 40 points here. Still, a good attempt coming from Wyld Fangs. Again, the goal is to be in the top 8. And they have retained the top 8 as of yet after 6 matches in total. TKM still going to be able to hold the 6th spot after the previous game as well. Not a very convincing game, but still they did their best, which I think it was pretty good. KALINGA Esports losing out in their initial fight with Genesis, completely being taken out here. Gets a little bit tumble here in 7th place with 35. Rising Esports with that chicken dinner pushes themselves into the 8th position. However, tying it with NoNx on 9th place.
All the teams that did really good on the day one, for example, KALINGA Esports, X Esports, they have fell off big time in the overall standings. The top 2 in these overall standings are in a whole different league, while the rest of the overall standings, they're still closely contested. Unless you're somewhere in the bottom 2, then it is going to take them a big game to make that bounce back. They're remaining off the lobby. All they need is double digits on the board, and instantly they can propel themselves in the top 8.
Now, right now, the 2 teams that are in the bottom 8 right now has taken a very, very huge tumble because of Miramar here. It's both SINEWY and also 4TR official. So I don't know, somebody's got to call it truce here. Somebody's got to decide who takes Picado.
I guess 4TR has taken a major dip compared to the players of SINEWY. At least SINEWY is still in their 30s, while 4TR just hasn't even touched 20 points yet, which is honestly a major concern for a team like 4TR, since we spoke about how Pain is live. The man has so much potential. Z-God as well is a part of that roster. He brings in that experience. But for some reason, as you mentioned, if they're going to be constantly clashing towards Picado, it's not going to be for the better future.
Well, that's pretty much it here for day 2 itself here. Today is going to be a very interesting one. 6 matches has been played from both groups here. So tomorrow we're continuing on with those matches, and tomorrow is going to be a very exciting one.
Tomorrow is definitely going to be an exciting day. It's not even a question. We're still waiting for some of the teams on the latter half of the board to make that major bounce back, and of course put on a bit of that astonishing performance as well. For now, that's going to be it from me and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So.